Hey, what is up, y'all? Welcome to Game Day with Heavy Cardboard, solo game day, as it is wont to be of late, where we teach, play, and discuss medium and heavy strategy, board games, war games, 18xx. I am your host, Edward Euler, happy to be joined by y'all today in the Peanut Gallery, since we are doing a solo playthrough of BIOS Origins, designed by Phil Eklund and published by Ion Game Design in association with Sierra Madre Games. Now, the version that I am playing technically is the first the first final prototype of the game, but honestly, it has all the components of the regular game, except I think I threw in some of my own cubes. So there's that. So thanks to everybody over at Ion Game Design and Sierra Madre, and I saw that Phil is here in chat with us today. So awesome. Glad to have Phil here, as well as the rest of you. So welcome everybody watching live around the world, as well as after the fact. I'm excited about this. I've yet to play this solo, so it's going to be an exciting time, but I've played this game a number of times, so should be pretty smooth, I think, overall. Now, I am not going to do a full teach of this game. I have already done the official sponsored teach of this, so if you're needing and wanting a full teach of everything for the multiplayer game, you can go watch that, and that is over on the playlist. Just look up BIOS Origins, you'll find it there. But what I am going to do is talk about the differences with the solo game, but in addition to that, I am going to play kind of a house-made variant, sort of. I actually conversed with Phil before the stream about some of the differences and some clarifications, which I'm going to make some official clarifications for Phil here during the teach, or the differences with the solo play, so that helps any of you guys going through the living rules, which you can find over on Sierra Madre's website. That said, I'm excited about it, and I am very, very grateful and thankful for all the patrons who helped make all of this possible, because without them, Heavy Cardboard doesn't exist at this point. So thank you very much to all of the patrons out there who choose to support the show. Speaking of which, if you do enjoy the show today, give it a thumb down below. Consider subscribing, hitting the little bell notification so that you know whenever I go live, so that, well, you get a notification. And last but not least, if you think the content that I create here on Heavy Cardboard is worth $1 or $2 or more a month, I certainly would appreciate it. You can join the herd. You can go to pledgehc.com. That is scrolling directly below me right now. I definitely appreciate the support, you guys. Also, speaking of which, one of the patrons sent me some tea from Portland, and I'm enjoying it today. It is the Portland Breakfast here from Stephen Smith Tea Maker in Portland, Oregon, my hometown. So cheers, Paul. That is some tasty tea, so thank you for that. I appreciate it, man. All right, so BIOS Origins. Let's get into it, shall we? I'm excited about this, because this is honestly one of my favorite games from last year. And yeah, let's get into it and see how badly my my civilization does, because it's brutal. From everything I've read, the solo player, or the solo game of this, is really brutal. So, let's go with it, shall we? All right, let's get into BIOS Origins. All right, so what is it we're looking at here? Well, we have the main board. Everything is set up per the rules, with one small exception here. Now, the rules do specify to set up here with the black player. So I am using yellow/orange, whatever, just because that is my habitual color. So that's why. So normally the yellow player would actually start up here in this location, but because the rules specify that you start where the black one is, so that's the only difference. Everything else is set up for the solo game. All right? All right, so we have the main map out here. We have the different tech tracks down here. We have the market over here. We have the challenge of the Challenge the Gods and the Comet cards, the challenge cards here. We have my discipline splay, if you will, and then we have my brain over here. And again, I'm playing with yellow, and the only difference is the yellow piece is in the black location. That's the only difference. We have my cities over here and my cubes for the tracks over there. So, like I said, I am not going to do a teach of this game. I'm just going to do a brief overview of what it is that we're trying to do in the game and how the game flows, and then I will talk about in detail the solo game in particular. All right? So, what is it we're trying to do? Well, ultimately, the game is about victory points, but it's kind of a Reiner Knizia-esque scoring in general, in that whichever or it's kind of the antithesis, the opposite of a Reiner Knizia scoring, in that the culture area, the politics area, and the industry area, whichever we have the highest score in is going to be our normal winning score, or our score for whatever that is. You're going to add up the number of points wherever you are on the various tracks, and I do want to point out that these tracks are asymmetric as far as their scoring goes. They're all 16 or 14 points between the two areas. However, the way they get there is going to be different. All right? Again, I'm going to give an overview of what it is that we're going to be doing and the normal rules of this. And then I will specifically at the end of this go over the solo game and what it is we're trying to do. So normally, whatever discipline that it is that you're going to score the highest in, whether it is the culture discipline, the politics, or the industry, whichever you score the highest in, that will be your final score. Now, if there is a tie for whoever is in first, so let's say I were to score 14 points here and Jess were to score 14 points here, and that was our tied highest scores, then we would add up the scores of all three disciplines and see who scored the highest, and that would be the winner. So, victory points, all right, is going to be our goal. But how is it that we're going to be doing that? Well, advancing up these tracks via market cards is going to be one of the ways that we're going to score, but also each of the three different disciplines have additional scoring that they're going to be able to get. Mysticism for culture, which means we're going to be taking our elders or our pawns here and putting them over into this area here for mysticism. So those plus wherever we are on these tracks, that's what our culture score would be. For politics, it's those tracks plus wherever we are as far as building cities out on the board. And building cities, again, is going to be done via our actions as well as idea cards and having them in our tableau. So whenever we're able to build cities out here at the end of the game, wherever our number of cities that we have built out there, along with our tracks, that will be our political scoring or our politics scoring. Then, over here in our industry, we have our two tracks, so whatever that is, plus our diversity score. And our diversity is going to be for any foundations that we have and any that don't have dissidents on them. Again, it's going to be however many rainbows that we have in our tableau over here, in addition to our scoring on those two tracks as well. So that is what it is we're trying to do, but how is it what is it we're actually trying to do? Well, the game is actually broken up into three different phases, all right? The first phase is a challenge the gods phase. So if you choose to challenge the gods, we're going to flip over one of these cards and then follow through whatever the card says to do. If there are no cards available there and an Comet card is on there, then that will signify the advancement into a new era, because the game is going to take place over 4 different eras, all right, or epochs. So there's going to be Epoch 1, 2, 3, and 4. All right, easy enough. So challenge the gods or not. That's phase 1. Phase 2 is going to be actually the meat of the game, or taking our actions. So if we take a look a little bit closer over here at our discipline board, or what I'm calling our discipline board right here. We have a ruling class. So wherever this crown is going to be our ruling class. So it's going to be either our culture, our politics, or industry. Only cards that are in that ruling class actually come into play. So how this is going to work is we're going to actually do one of the available actions, working our way from bottom all the way up to top. Now, at the beginning of the game, you'll notice that we have one row and then a second row. So as it is right now, we only have the choice of one of those 4 actions, and then we have a choice of one of those 2 actions. Now, this third action that's shown here is not available to us because we are not playing the basic game. We are playing the advanced game because, duh, heavy cardboard. All right? All right. So that said, the meat of the game is you take one action per row if you wish to. Then you move on to the next row. Now, it's always bottom to top, so I cannot forego one of these, do one of these, and then come back. You cannot do that. It's always bottom to top. So I would do one of those if I so chose, and then one of those if I so chose. And then if I have any idea cards that are up here, I would do the exact same thing, again, working bottom to top. Then the third phase is going to be essentially a footprint and a making sure that nobody out here dies, kind of a cleanup phase, and then we go into another turn. Now, in a multiplayer game, normally one player would take their whole turn, another player would take theirs, going clockwise around the board. And we continue doing that until the end of the 4th epoch when we go into final scoring. And final scoring is just add up your scores. Okay, easy enough. All right. Cool. So that's kind of an overview of what it is that we're going to be doing, or maybe a little bit more in detail. Now, we're going to be taking these pawns, putting them out here into the market cards, acquiring these market cards or triggering these market cards, hopefully adding them to our tableau, and then hopefully we're going to be taking these challenge cards, winning them to put them down into foundations, which will give us more actions so that we can do more things to be able to score more points. So that's kind of it, big picture. All right? But now, let's go ahead and actually teach the solitaire rules. All right. Now, the solitaire rules, first off, is we are playing the normal game, so we are playing on land, okay? The normal setup here, it is set up for the 2-player game, meaning all 32 of the tiles of total brain cramp here. The climate chits. Thank you. These 32 of them are all out here wherever there are locations with stars on them. They are covered up. So all 32 are set up just like as if it were a 2-player game. The challenge deck is set up for the solitaire game, which are in the living rules. That's all been updated for that. Now, here are some changes and here are the adjustments for the solo game. The act of God rule. Normally, whenever there is an act of God, you don't get any chaos, you don't get any dissidence. That's not the case in the solo game, it just makes it worse. So, any act of God applies. So the destruction of a city or a migrant by an act of God causes chaos. Well, that sucks. That's going to be harder. Okay. Then the other big thing that is really intimidating on this is it's called a relentless challenge rule. After the first turn, in the first turn, you do not have to challenge. After that, you must do a challenge the gods phase. So what does that mean? It means that you either have to challenge the gods or claim a comet. Okay, in other words, we're going to flip that card over after the first turn every single turn, no matter what. Even if we don't have an auction, we still have to do what the events are on the card and then just discard the card if there is no auction. So it's up to me whether or not I wish to auction the card, but I have to trigger the events on those cards. So that is the timer of the game. Or else the game could go on in perpetuity because there's nothing tying you to, because the challenge of the gods is always voluntary, not in the solo game. It is always mandatory after the first turn. All right. And then if I choose to do an auction, to win the auction during a challenge, I have to bid a number of elders equal to the epoch plus the number of your dissidents. So in Epoch I, if I have no dissidents, I just have to have 1 out here, and then that would come back to free will, and then from there I would be able to claim the card provided I hit whatever the requirement is on that. All right? This is regardless of augmentation. Otherwise, it enacts its 2 events and is discarded, as I just mentioned. However, if there are any dictators, those are awarded to me without an auction. Now, dictators come out in the 4th epoch. I don't think they come out in the 3rd epoch. So I think starting in the 4th, and I do not know if there are any dictators in that deck, but if there are, it's an automatic win for the auction. All right? All right. So then there's no bellwether rule. Well, what does that mean? Well, me, as the phasing player, I claim the Comet card as normal. However, there's no Comet scoring. So normally we would get chits at the end of each of the first 3 epochs based on where you are in relation to the other players. Well, this just in. There are no other players. Okay, so there's no Comet scoring. So any additional scoring that I would get from that in each of the phases, I'm not going to get now. Okay, so there's that. In addition to that, I am not allowed to use a Comet card or a bellwether card to move this, to adjust this. So the only way that I think I will be able to move this, if I'm correct, is via the demagogue action, if there are any cards available that allow me to move that. And the reason I might want to do that is that's going to eliminate the need of one of the different areas for scoring at the end of the game, because that's going to come into play here in a little bit, which we're going to talk about now, which is the victory conditions. Now, at the end of the game, you must have at least 13 victory points in each of the 3 disciplines. That's brutal. However, anything that is shut down based on where this marker is here on the philosophy chart, you don't have to count, just like normal. So for instance, if it were here in that location, I would not have to count industry, meaning I would only need 13 points here and 13 points here, and this would not be counted as my final score. Okay, however, for a decisive win, you must reach space, and space is right here. So I must have added or bumped the maritime up here in addition to getting 13 points for a decisive win in each of the 3 disciplines, unless one of them is shut down here with the philosophy track. This just in, if at all possible, I'm probably going to try and do that, okay? All right, so that's the victory conditions on that. Now, a couple of clarifications from the rules here, okay? During setup, it says you play as the black player. Again, I'm playing in the black location, but with the yellow pieces, all right? However, you skip when you're playing the advanced rules, you skip the advanced rules of J1, J3, and J5. Now, I'm going to clarify some things that Phil made clear to me that he may have misstated in the forums. Number 1, the J1, Milankovitch cycles, meaning for massive cooling and warming. You do not play with Milankovitch cycles when you play in the solo. So follow whatever the living rules say. Is you do not play with J1. That is correct. Good. Then J3, you do not play with. That is transactions. So no trade, no preach, no war, no enslave. All that makes sense because you require other players to be able to do those actions. That makes sense. J4 says no morality. All right, what does that mean? Well, that means over on the philosophy track here, where it says +1 chaos to preach, or +1 if war, or +1 to enslave. Well, you can't take those actions anyway, so those are null and void, so disregard those as well. Okay, easy enough. However, on J5 says to disregard all of the elder actions except for invent. However, that is per the official rules. Let me be clear on that. However, Phil did say, for the ease of use for the rule book, he said basically just disregard them all. However, he also said you could play with the elder actions if you wish to. It's not going to majorly impact the playability of the game. However, the ones that don't make sense are the examine, I cannot ever say that word, racism, Cold War, stuff like that, not going to play with those. However, things like artisan, constitution, library, etc., those actions I am going to play with, even though the official rules say don't play with J5, because of Phil's clarification with me personally today for the rule book. All right, so that is essentially what it is. Those are the rules for the solo game. All right, so now, here we go. Let's go ahead. Before we get started, let's go ahead and talk about, first and foremost, 13 points, each of those, and reach space for a decisive win. So the question I have for you guys, over under on Glory to Rome's, I'm going to set at 3.5. I seem to be pretty tame when I'm playing these solo games. So 3.5. And then, am I going to win, meaning 13 points in each, unless one of them is shut down? And the other question is, will it be a decisive victory in addition to that? So, place your bets right now. And yeah, so these are all random. These are all random. I am going to shuffle the decks up as we go along, as we reach the different epochs. And I think that's about it, guys. So any questions from the peanut gallery before I get started with the game? If so, let me know. I'm actually grabbing one thing out of the box real quick that I forgot. All right, we're good there. All right. Well, I see the over and unders, but I'm waiting for the wins or losses. I mean, have a little faith, would you? Just a little, please, maybe? Have a little faith? All right. And I'm going to keep my little cheat sheet out for the sequence just to make sure that I have everything ready. All right, one more thing before we get started here, apparently. Who is that? Wow. We're off to a good start. Guess it doesn't want to register today. Come on. Technology, isn't it great? Ah. Well, all right. Take my word for it. Craig, cheers. Thank you for the support. Thank you. I'm going to try it one more time because I'm stubborn. Hey, there we go. Cheers, Craig. Thank you very much for the support. PledgeHC.com. Thank you. Awesome. All right. So that is there. I will bring, it's plugged in, Yorn. It's not even a battery issue. All right. So, I have some folks have some faith. All right. Yeah, apparently the remote doesn't work in the first era. I forgot about that, Jace. That's right. All right. Good. So awesome. Definitely appreciate that, Craig. I will go ahead, bring that over. I will there. So we're ready for all of our cameras. We are all set. All right. So again, I am playing with the basically the good things I can do as far as the special actions. One other thing that I did do is I printed out this, which is done by icon as opposed to done by alphabetical, and it just has a couple of other little reminders over here. And what I have done is I went ahead and crossed off the ones that I cannot do. So anything with multiplayer, just as a reminder to myself, so anything that is on any of the cards, et cetera, on there. Oh, one other thing for setup that I do want to show you guys for the solo game that is different than the regular setup. The regular setup has, there you go, has 4, 2, and 1 here. However, in the solo game, it is 6 and 1. Is how that is set up for the solo game. Okay, so there we go. Thank you, Chad. I appreciate that. All right. All right. All right. So first things first, challenge the gods. I elect not to, which I do not have to in the very first turn. So that is challenge. The second phase is activities. So starting with here, and I'm going to go over these briefly here. So let's go ahead and show you guys those, and I will zoom in since I am over here on culture. So there we go. Those are our first ones that are available, and I'm actually going to grab my glasses, which I will probably need for this. Oh, so much better. That is better. All right, so the first thing, the first option on there is specialize, which says move pawns in your free will into the market as elders, and each action moves a number of pawns up to your information stage. So what does that mean? That means I can take from my free will, however many is shown on my information, which is down here, so that means I can move 1 here to any of the market cards out there. Okay, easy enough. That's option number 1. The second option over there is invent a card, but you have to have to be able to invent, you have to have at least an elder on the card to move it from the market, and then I will trigger the card. I'll go over that more in details, and then if I've met the requirement, I then can take it as an idea into my tableau to give me extra actions. Awesome, good stuff, but I can't do that because I have no elders out there. The third action is library, and library says expend a number of elders equal to your information stage and advance your information by 1 step. So if I have at least 1 elder out here, because my information stage is at 1, I could take it, return it to free will, and advance that. Then when it gets to 2, I would have to pull 2 back up there, but I only have 1 available. That'd be a little difficult, but you get the idea. So that is library. The third thing is going to be for elect. Now elect is expend all elders that are out here, and then set the ruling class to any desired discipline and quell all dissidents. Well, I'm not going to do that because I'm okay with this being my ruling class to begin with. So those are my first available actions. So the first thing I'm going to do is specialize. Okay, so now that I have covered that, let me go ahead and, a moment. Oh no. I just realized that I messed that up. A moment. You know what? We're going to have to manually do this, I guess. It's funny, I have 12 cameras set up technically right now, and I realized that I needed actually 14 for this stream. Wow. All right, so we are manually adjusting some stuff. A moment, real quick. So you know what? I have that. Just give me just a second, guys. You know what? I'm going to do this. So that is going to be here. Okay, so there's that. Sorry guys, just give me just a second and I'll be right with y'all. Okay, So now that we've done that, let's try this. There we go. So we're going to talk about the market cards, all right? So the anatomy of a market card, you have two different colors on a given market card. You have the top color and you have the bottom color. And whenever you choose to invent this, in other words, if we take it into our tableau, that color must match our current ruling class. Well, our current ruling class is white, which is culture. So ideally, we want to look at cards, potentially, if we want to invent them, to be able to put into our ideas, to be able to claim those. So we're looking at white cards, or cards that have at least one white side, and obviously they will never have the same color side. So here we have that one, we have that one, we have that one, and then up here at the top of the market, we have this one up here, and we have that one there. So all of those are available to us. But let's go ahead and look now a little bit closer over here at, say, this card right here. In addition to that, we have the picture that is on there that shows whatever it is and the name of what it is. So permafrost meat storage seems important. Okay. Then the Eureka. What that means is whenever we choose to invent that card, we get whatever the bonus is there. So up to if we have an energy level below 4, meaning in this case, this track here, as long as we are at 4 or below, we then can bump this up to a height of 4. Okay, in other words, that would mean that moves up to there. Awesome, cool. If you're already at 4 or higher, it doesn't actually apply. Then there is a requirement potentially. Now this card has menopause as a requirement, whereas the Hammerstone does not have the requirement, meaning as long as you have met the requirement or there isn't one, then you can claim this card as long as one of the colors matches your current ruling class. So that is the type of thing that I am taking into consideration whenever I am choosing to specialize with my one elder that is available here on my brain. And you can only take elders off of your brain from free will unless there is a special mysticism or a special action that allows you to place from anywhere on your brain into mysticism. But more on that when that comes up. So as it is, I have one pawn here in free will. So I'm looking at these. And this one doesn't have a requirement, which is really, really nice. However, I know I have to challenge with the next time. So the question is, do I choose to place it here excuse me, to be able to take the Eureka, which is encephalize, which means move one of my pawns from here up to vocabulary, or do I wish to go on to something else? Now, what are our various actions available to us for the invent? Well, this Eureka is a two footprint, which is just like the energy. However, it's up here on footprint, which is max tokens per hex. So if I'm going to be able to spread and branch out from where I am, that's going to be an important thing to get. Because as it is, I can only have one piece of wood right now, but bumping that up to 2 on a given hex, that would give me a little bit of flexibility. That seems really, really good. So there's that. We've covered this. Encephalize, we've covered, which is moving on your brain from emotion to vocabulary. The next one, this is prayer. Now prayer allows us to move one pawn from anywhere on our brain, meaning including emotion, over to for mysticism, which normally would help in an auction, but it doesn't really help us in an auction in the solo game. I don't believe, which I want to double check for the auction. Regardless of augmentation. Correct. So that doesn't matter. So having anything over here will help with endgame scoring, but it doesn't really help us. But what it does do is it allows us to save a step. It moves from here to there. And then if I were to get the action that allows me to pull these back, which I believe is artisan. Nope, it's not artisan. It is art from mysticism back over to free will. So we moved it from emotion to mysticism to free will, and that freed us up. And that's an easy way to get a pawn up here. That's really, really nice. So there's an idea. These allow us to move our information up to level 2. And that is here without having to do the normal action out here. That seems pretty good as well. All right, so now another thing that I need to talk about is how many pawns to be able to activate it. I'll talk about that in a little bit. So we have prayer up here, we have encephalize here, and we have a 2 footprint there. Okay, however, this row to be able to invent only requires 1 pawn. This one requires 2 pawns, and this row requires 3 pawns to be able to invent. So realistically, I don't think we're looking at the top row up there. So I think what we're going to do is look at the bottom 2 rows, and I'll be honest, because right now, looking at Hammerstone and dog domestication, Hammerstone I will be able to take as an invent if I choose to not take the foundation card when we challenge the gods next turn. This one I won't be able to get because of menopause, which is having 2 or less here on your brain of your pawns. So in other words, everything, the other 4 have to be off of emotion, whether it's here in mysticism or somewhere else on my brain. But what is the special ability? What is the action of that card? And I'm looking over here at my little cheater, and that is domesticate. Domesticate exchanges a pawn or a migrant out here on the board for a city, which is going to come into play great, especially starting in the 2nd epoch. All right. Okay. So those are the types of things that we are taking into consideration here. Honestly, I think Hammerstone is probably the smartest because it's going to get me encephalize every turn if I want, which moves from here, which then frees up any card to be able to invent that has menopause. And you're going to notice that here, here, there, there, and there, and there, all of those cards that I just, all but these 2 cards have menopause as a requirement to claim. So it kind of makes sense to go ahead and take the specialize action and go ahead and put that pawn onto Hammerstone. I think that makes the most sense. All right. All right. And that is a fair point. Matt says that looking at these up here, because if I claim these other cards, these will slide down and be able to make those cheaper. That is a fair point. All right. However, I think this makes, man, there are so many, I want to do everything, right? Which is the key to a good Euro style game. But I think that's what we're going to go ahead and start with to be able, because being able to claim that and taking a free encephalize action every turn, I think is going to be important. All right. So there we go. And Brendan, I appreciate that. It says, really appreciate all the PTZ work you do. Really elevates the channel. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. All right, so that is the bottom action. So we took the specialize action there, so I cannot take any of the other 3 actions there. Okay, so the next 2 options that we have are spread, which is go ahead and go out onto the board and actually move out further. That seems good. Or art, and art is take a pawn from mysticism into your free will. Well, spread seems to make the most sense, so I think that's what we're going to do. Now spread. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and zoom in a little bit on where we are out here and talk about the board a little bit before we get into that. All right. So our pawn, or our migrant right here, starts right there because it is the black location, as I mentioned, per the rules for the solo game, and it's on land. So that is where we start. Now, any of the filled in blue areas out here are impassable or out of play whenever you're playing the land version of the game. Okay, so this here and this here is out of play, as is the sperm whale location up there. In addition to that, I am not allowed to move in between any of these climate tiles. So in other words, I cannot move up past through here until I have reached a certain threshold on the text. I cannot move between these, I cannot move between those, I cannot move between those, etc., etc. And each of these, not every track. But this track here says I can spread between desert, desert, or desert uninhabitable, meaning I can go between desert and one other location. So meaning, if I have already reached this area of my footprint, so if this is already there at 3, in that case, then I would be able to spread between these because they include a desert tile. Does that make sense? I hope. Then this one is between ice and ice, or ice and something else. This one is jungle, jungle, or something else. And this is sea, sea, or sea and something else. Okay. But then we need to look at these two tracks right here. The footprint says the max number of tokens per hex. So a hex is right there. So in other words, I can only have one piece of wood on every hex that this touches. So there, that hex, this pseudo hex, obviously some of the hexes only have 5 spaces just because of, well, board limitations. And then this hex over here, I can only have 1. Okay. Then the energy says the max number of spots in spread, and the last spot must be on land. Okay. And in addition to that, we need to take a look at this track. It says the max number of water spots that can be crossed in spread. Currently, I am landlocked. I am at 0. So what does that mean? I'm allowed to move 2 spaces, and both of them must be land. And ideally, I would be able to go onto a different hex from this location right there. So I'm allowed to go 2 spaces. Well, if you look at this, it would die if I choose. I'm sorry, I'm allowed 3 spaces, not 2. I'm sorry, 3 per this, not 2. Sorry, it's 3. Okay, so 3 says what's going to happen is I'm going to take one of these here and spread. So moving from that location right there, then I'm going to go 1, 2, and then from this 2, if I were to remain there, that is on the same hex, that would be bad because then I would take chaos. We don't want that guy to die. If I were to move 3 there, one of them would die. That's bad. But if we move the 3rd spot there, they are on different hexes. So per my footprint, I only have 1 per hex. I have 1 on that hex. I have 1 on this hex, that one. I have 1 on that, 1 on that, and 1 on that. So I'm good to go. I'm safe. We're good to go. Awesome. So my spread is done. Then the 3rd thing that I have to do is check my footprint. Basically what I just did. Am I good to go? If not, I'm going to get chaos. We don't need to worry about that. And then refill the market. So any cards that I've taken from the board would slide down. We would draw new cards, fill the market from bottom to top, and then we go into the next turn. Well, the next turn is now my turn. Okay, cool. All right. So we are 1 turn in. Done. Oh, hey, Scott from Phasing Player. He's here as well. All right. I assume that's Scott, at least. So, all right. All right. So that turn's over. Now we have a new turn, which means what do we have to do first? Challenge the gods. It is mandatory in the solo game. So we are going to flip this card over, and here we go. All right. So we have new information that we need to take into account here. And what do we have? Well, we have, this is warning cries. Okay. All right. So do we want this as a foundational idea? Or I'm sorry, a foundation to our civilization? Well, first off, we notice that, again, just like an idea card that has 2 colors, a foundation has 2 colors. However, unlike an idea, I do not have to have a matching color for a foundation because I can have what's called I forget the exact term, but it's basically a passive revolution, a nice revolution, to be able to do this. But as it is, you'll notice it has a white one. It also has a purple one. Okay. So let me check one thing on this for the Challenge of the Gods. If I claim the card, a moment. All right, there we go. Da, 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 da. Yeah, you are allowed to change what your ruling class is. So if I wanted to go purple, I could do so. So the auction would be, first off, it is one elder for each epoch that we're in. We're in Epoch I, and for all dissidents. I have 0 dissidents right now, so it would cost me this one to be able to claim this card. Okay? All right. So what would this card get us? Well, if we take this card, first off, it would come down here if we choose to do it on the white side, and it would give us both another spot for an additional dissident. In addition, it would give us another row of actions. So that would be a spread action. If we chose to make it the purple one, then it would give us an extra encephalize action. Okay, that's pretty nice. However, there are some other things that we need to talk about first, okay? The 2 events always are going to take place no matter what. Now, normally those only take place when there is a challenge of the gods, which I'm going to have to challenge every round, and you don't know that what the card is going to be until somebody says they're going to challenge. So the events will always take place. You go left to right, all right? Then, if I choose to win the auction, or I choose to auction this card, meaning I take the card, or activate the card, I think would be a better way to put it, then I automatically get the Eureka, which in this case is a encephalize. It does not have a requirement, meaning I just claim the card. Okay, so there's that. That's kind of nice. Huh. Okay. Huh. A moment. I want to look up a action real quick. All right. Wow, this is really a tough call. So the decision right now, well, first off, let's go ahead and do what the events are. Okay, that's first things first. So the first event on there is cooling. Cooling says, challenge removes a C, inverts it to ice, and places it on a vacant white ring hex, and it destroys any cities there. Okay, so let's take a look at the board. So I choose one C hex and turn it into ice. Anywhere there is a white ring, so here, there, out there, the woolly mammoth, etc., etc. Now, the rules for a solo game is you must always destroy a city if possible. Well, I have no cities out there. Okay. So where might I spread to? So we're looking at possibly this one over here, that one, or that one, because those are the closest to where I'm at. So I think what I will do is I will go ahead and take this C here, and I will turn it into an ice. And where do I want to put the ice? Somewhere where I'm not anywhere near right now or planning on going anytime soon. I think that looks good. We'll go and cover the woolly mammoth over there. So that is done. That is the first of the 2 events. Okay? Easy enough. Good enough. That works. And there's no cities, so it's my choice on where to place it. All right. The second event now is, I am looking at this one. It is influenza, which you'll see is a zoological disease. Each player, and I'll walk you through this as we do it. Each player with a footprint stage greater than their immunology stage. So I am at a 1, and my immunology is a 1. So my footprint's at 1, immunology is at 1. Anyone who has this greater than this becomes infected and suffers a loss of half their cities with no chaos because it's an act of God. However, remember, because the solo game, act of gods do count as chaos, so it would count as chaos for me. And half of their elders and emissaries, there's no emissaries in a solo game, so half their elders here rounded in your favor, so round down, then advance their immunology 1 step. But as it is, I don't have that, so it doesn't apply. Done. Okay. So there's that. Okay. All right. So now I have done both of those events. So now the question is, do I wish to claim this card? Now, if I claim the card, I get a one-time encephalize. And that one-time encephalize means I would move one of these up there to vocabulary. And then I would permanently have spread. So potentially I would have two spreads. I would have one, then do an action, and then potentially a second spread if I wish to do that. That seems pretty good. And having a second spot for dissidence or a second diversity is always nice. However, I think being able to have a quote-unquote permanent, not permanent, but a long-term multiple use encephalize on this card seems more beneficial. So I'm not going to activate that card. I'm not going to claim it. I'm not going to have an action. So what does that mean? That means this card is out of the game in the solo game. So boom, that's done. So I'm actually just going to go ahead and take that and put it into a discard pile, which is over here. Done. So that is Challenge the Gods. Done. Okay. So the second action now, or I'm sorry, the second phase, or my action phase. You know what? Let me get the actual term for that. I apologize, not using the right terms on this. This is the activities phase, sorry. So the activities phase now, again, starting bottom to top. So the second one, you'll notice that I have nobody over here in free will. I have no elders. Okay, so I cannot specialize. So I do have a couple of options, however. The first one is I could invent that hammerstone, which is probably what we're going to do. The second is I could do a library action, which is, again, being able to bump my information one by taking this elder back onto there and bumping that up, because I only need one. That seems pretty good. However, I want this card, so I'm going to invent the card. So first things first is, do I have a number of pawns on that row, or on that card, per the row, 1, 2, or 3? The answer is yes. So good to go. I am allowed to invent. So first things first, everybody that has a pawn on this, so in this case me, I get to do whatever the Eureka is. So the Eureka is an encephalize. So I get to move one of these pawns up to vocabulary. It's still not usable, but it's one closer to menopause, so that's good. So that's step one. Now, if I had multiple pawns on this, I still only get to do the Eureka once. Keep that in mind, okay? So now I'm activating this, so after everyone has done the Eureka, again, it's a solo game, so it's just me, this will come back onto free will. Nice. Then, do I meet the requirements? Well, there are no requirements per that card. Okay, so I guess by default then, I have met the requirements. Awesome. Then the last requirement is, do I have a matching color that is my current ruling class or my ruling discipline? The answer is yes, I have white. Awesome. So I then can take this card, I tuck it in under with that color face up. I now have invented Hammerstone. Yay! All right, cool. So now that is activated immediately, meaning I just did the invent action right here, right? However, this is cool. I get to do that action, and then after that's done, I now get to do that action because I haven't activated that row yet because we go bottom to top. Nice. All right, so we invented that. Cool. So we do not refill yet. So next is spread or art. Well, I still have nobody over here in mysticism, so that doesn't make sense. Art doesn't. Spread does, though. Okay, so our current spread level is 3, and again, we're only allowed 1 per hex, okay? All right. All right, so let's go ahead and look. So taking one of my guys here, so now let's look. Now, this guy can't go 3. Again, I still cannot go on water, so I could go 1, 2. Oh, I cannot go through here because of those 2. I'm not allowed to pass through them. However, I can go 1, 2, 3. That is legit, and we're all on different hexes. Excellent. So we have spread successfully. Good, good, good. All right. So that is spread. So now, if I hadn't gotten this card, we would then go into the third phase, but as it is, I do have that card now, which is encephalize. All right, let's move over to our brain right here, and we get to encephalize and move that up there. So again, it doesn't help us immediately, but it's working towards helping us. So awesome, good deal. All right, the third phase is the footprint and restore market. Well, again, I'm allowed 1 per hex, and we're good to go, so nobody dies. And then refill the market. Okay. Bark cloth beaters moves down, as does fire stick farming. And we flip over another, which we have glue. I didn't know Elmer's was around that early. So what the new card came out. So now 1 elder, 2 elders, 3 elders. But the glue card that just came out, you'll notice, has another encephalize, nice, and it has art, and that one up there is abstraction. Expend 1 pawn from your vocabulary into your free will. Oh, that's kind of nice, but that's red, and currently we are in white, so encephalize. Adds 1 to our footprint up to level 2, but it requires an energy at 4. And keep in mind, energy 4 is only 1 bump there. So there's that. Okay, all right. All right, so that is the end of the second round. Now, I'm not going to keep track of how many rounds, but you guys may do that for me. I'm curious how many this goes. I guess it's 1 more than the number of cards. Yeah, I guess so. Okay, I guess we know that. All right, so now we have to challenge the gods. Notice I have nobody out here, which means I cannot. Well, I still have to challenge the gods, but that just means I can't have the auction, meaning whatever this challenge card is, I cannot claim it, but I do have to do whatever the events are. Well, that sucks. No personal names for me, wah wah. And you'll notice it's not white. Well, that worked out. Okay, that's cool. Now, I can always claim it to change my ruling class, but I'm kind of happy with where I am right now, immediately. So personal names. So we have cooling again as the first event. So cooling is, again, removes a sea and turns it into ice. Well, we know what that looks like. So remove a sea. Well, we've already made it over to here and turns it into ice. So let's look at this, right? I do not have any maritime, so 1, 2, so I cannot travel that way. 1, 2, I cannot travel this way right now. I would have to go the long way going up this way. So the getting rid of that water doesn't seem as important as this one. However, I cannot travel this way because of water, and I cannot travel this way because of water. So getting rid of that sea. Plus, I can't get through here because I have desert and ice there. So I think, honestly, getting rid of this here makes more sense. So I will get rid of that water, and I will turn it into an ice, but where? So looking over in this area, I have no ice left to fill. Okay. I literally have 5 choices, don't I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And all of this being land area, I don't think I really want to block that. I'm not really going to be able to go this way right now. So do I just turn that into here? Let's see. A 3 footprint for a city is pretty nice. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. We'll turn that water into that ice. That's done. All right. So the next one is what do you call these? A catastrophe. Hiawatha impact. I got to find where Hiawatha is. If anybody knows, in the next 20 seconds, tell me. Save a little time. So what I'm looking for is one of these 20-point sighted stars with a number 1 on it. That is the Hiawatha one, and I cannot remember where that is. So I'm looking around the board. It might be covered. That's Toba right there. That's the Ascension Clathrate. That's Era 1, but that's not it. Tambora, Krakatoa in 4-2. I'm looking. Thera is 2. Lisbon is 3. Hiawatha is up there. All right, I have found Hiawatha. All right, so we will actually move this so you guys can see where Hiawatha is. All right, there we go. So Hiawatha is right there, okay? And what that says is destroy any cities in its hex and kills any migrants on its spots. All losses are without chaos. However, it's an act of God. It is chaos as it is for us because the solo game, so it doesn't really apply because it's way up yonder. All right. Thank you, Martha. Good looking out. And Phil said Greenland. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. So that's done. Now, getting back to our challenge, I don't have any elders out here, so I cannot take that. So that's done. It needed 2 information. I didn't qualify for it anyways, and that would have given us a prayer. And a prayer is moving somebody from one of these, or anywhere actually, over to there. But as it is, it's a cow's opinion. It is moo. All right, so that's gone. Done. All right. Now we go into the activities phase once again. And the activities phase says bottom to top. Again, we can do da-da-da-da-da, we can do all those things. Let's face it, we're just going to go ahead and specialize. We have our 1 free will, and we're going to go ahead and put it out there somewhere, but where, I don't know. So now, let's go ahead and take a look. We still have 4 down here, so we will not be able to have the requirements for any menopause action, so keep that in mind. So none of those cards will we be able to claim. However, we will get the bump for whatever the Eureka is if we choose to invent that card on a subsequent turn. Same with any of these up here. All of those require something that we do not have. Now, I should point out that, so I'm starting to look a little bit further into the future, okay? So now, let me look at this piece of paper. Give me just a moment. Right, that is preach. So this action right here is preach causes chaos. I cannot preach. So this special ability actually is moot, and I do not want this card. However, it does have a prayer. So if I want to just activate it, if I get a second elder out there, but I have to be able to get an abstraction action, which is moving from vocabulary up to abstract or up to free will, but I don't have that yet. So, okay, so being able to trigger this to be able to get a second pawn, I would need the special ability, which is prayer, and then I could use the special ability that is here, which is art, to pull it back from there to free will. That is how I would be able to get a second one to trigger this. But I can't trigger this until I have 2 on there. You see how that's kind of a frustrating thing. Now this gives us a second information, which is nice, but not great. This gets us a second footprint, and the requirement is a 4th energy. Now, how do we get another energy? Well, we could by down here by activating this permafrost meat storage. If we did that, we then would have the prerequisite of fire stick farming, which this is domesticate, which gets us cities out on the board for any area that have animals out here, which are the brown ones. That's kind of nice, being able to domesticate. And you'll notice that I have 1 here, I have 1 here, I have 1 here. Now the blue ones are out of play because they are permanent water in our version of the game, since we're playing land version. So here, here, and there, almost immediately I could do those. So that is really, really nice to be able to do fire stick farming if I choose to claim that card. Okay. This one requires 3, remember. And this has, again, preach. We don't care about the special action, so we don't actually care about claiming totems. Okay, but it does give us a prayer. The yurt, again, it doesn't have white, but it gives us an encephalize. And glue gives us another encephalize and gives us a double footprint, or another footprint. So those are the available actions for inventing. So do we look to be able to place cities here soon? I think the priority has got to be getting more pawns out. So how do we get more pawns out? But we can't do that until we have done that, that would drop down, right? This gives us that allows us more tokens per hex. That's also going to be really, really good. Because we're still 2 turns away from being able to have menopause, because we'll get 1 there and then another 1 there. So we're actually this turn and then 2 more. We'll be able to actually invent potentially something that has menopause. Now, the other thing to keep in mind is whatever card we go on out here, we actually might use to challenge the gods here in a little next turn. Ah, tough, tough, tough. One other thing I didn't mention is our information track also is the number of ideas that we can have in our tableau. So right now we're at 1, we're allowed to have 1. So we could freely discard 1 to be able to claim another, or we could bump that up by taking, what did we do? Because I can make a case for all 3 of those cards for footprint, for energy, and for information. I think we go with this. I think we go with footprint because it chains with that. And then we would be able to take that next, and then it frees us up for potentially taking a challenge card. Yeah, Scott's right. Menopause has always seemed like a vital early goal, and it is. It absolutely is. But as you can see, unless I get prayer, but I can't activate those cards until they drop to the bottom row because I only have 1. So it's a slow burn to be able to begin with here. But I think that's where we go. We go dog domestication there, and we'll call it good. So that is our invent action. Now we can either spread or art, and we don't have anybody over here, so we're going to spread. And spread, again, I will take 1 of these. So we will go 3, 1, 2. We don't want to go here because that's going to be on the same hex, but 1, 2, 3. That's good there. Nice. All right, we have successfully spread. We're done. So then coming back here, another encephalize. So we get that up here. So we are 1 away. 1 more. All right. I agree with Dom. He says Arrow 1 goal is menopause and information at level 2, and everything else is gravy. Yep, I agree. All right, so we have done all 3 of our actions. We are good with checking our footprint. We've already established that. There are no cards to refill the market. We go into a new turn. And a new turn is, you betcha, challenge the gods. Oh, that would have been nice. And that is humor. Ha! Anyway. The Eureka, oh, that's frustrating. The requirement is menopause. I am 1 short. Why couldn't this have come out next turn? That sucks. It would have gotten us another encephalize. And then the Eureka is abstraction. Abstraction is moving from here up to there. Glory to Rome. Why couldn't that have come out earlier or later? I mean, 1 turn later. All right. So that means we're just going to do the 2 events, and that's that. So the first one is an acorn. That is forestation. I remove whoever the challenger is, meaning the person who is challenging the gods, which is always going to mean me, but the active player in a multiplayer game. Challenger removes a desert, turns it into forest, places it on a green, destroys any cities. I would have to kill any cities, but as it is, there are none, so I remove a desert. Wow. Okay. You know, This desert is awfully tempting because then it frees up me being able to go this way in Africa. That's kind of nice. What's underneath that desert? Ooh, that's another domesticate, animal that I could domesticate. That's really, really tempting. Okay, another one is potentially 1, 2, 3. I can already come down here, but it would free up another there, and it has a maritime 1. That one's really good as well. And last but not least, another one would be this, which would then free up being able to go down this way, but I can already come up around that way. And that has another camel. So honestly, I think it's that one, or could also do that, but donkey's important, but being able to come out this way and being able to get to that one is kind of nice too. But you know what? I think having the extra advantage of a maritime city possibly there, I think we go that route. But hold on. Notice 1, 2, 3. But we are going to domesticate. That's going to be an extra footprint. Choices on this one. Another camel there. It's already freed up here. This is actually a tough call. You know what? 1, 2, 3. I think being able to do that and come over in this direction, I think I like that. So that is a Siavath there. So that's going to turn into a forest. Where do we want to put the forest? Again, we're not looking at North America right now, so we'll go ahead and throw the forest up there. All right. All right, that works. So the second one is, unfortunately, we have a disease, dysentery. I feel like I'm playing Oregon Trail now. So this is a crowd disease. Each player with an urbanization greater than their immunology stage becomes infected, suffers a loss of half their cities. It says no chaos, but it would be because it's solo. And half their elders and emissaries rounded up and advance their immunology 1 stage. So are my cities higher than my immunology? I have no cities, so no. So we're good to go. We ignore it. And again, I don't have the requirement, so I cannot check that. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. I still can win the auction for this, but I can't take the card. Oh, damn, I forgot. That is tempting. So what I'm talking about is I still get the Eureka for winning it, but I cannot keep it because I don't have the requirement. And the Eureka is adding 1 from vocabulary up here, which would give me a second pawn up there in free will. Ooh. But I would forego the second footprint there for domestication. And I'll be honest, I think getting the second pawn is actually more important. Oh, man. But that changes my whole plan for claiming that card, right? Oh, what do we do? Man, getting that second pawn is so good. No, it doesn't forego. It just slides it back 1 turn further. And how many you're allowed to count? So I have that left. I have 2 more there. I think we do. I think we do the auction for it. So I will claim this back to my free will. I will then activate this card. And this card, so I will temporarily have humor. So I get the Eureka, which is a abstraction, which goes there. And then I do not have the requirement, so this card just gets discarded. I think that's the right thing to do. So this card will go away, back to Epoch I, stack, done. I think that's the right thing to do. All right? Yeah. All right, so that is Challenge the Gods. So now, we now have 2. If I had my information at level 2, I would then be able to place both of those out here as one action. But I can't. So maybe getting information up is going to be important for me. So as you see, I need to do everything, right? So we are going to invent to start. So I'm going to take one of my pawns and place it out here. And I think going ahead, and putting it back on dog domestication makes sense. Stick to our original plan. I think that's a good idea. So then, now, the information Eureka, Paul's asking, would it be smarter to go onto this one here? Because when I do that action, I'll be able to pull it back and invent this card, which potentially could be good, however, by doing that Eureka. However, the other action that I can do here is I can do the library action, which is basically do the exact same thing without having to invent the card, which then frees up my ability to claim this card if I wish to do. But by claiming this card, it would drop Fire Stick farming down to where I only need one pawn on there. But in order to be able to have that, I would need the 4, oh, I'm looking at that wrong. That shouldn't have been, ooh. I actually should have been on this card last turn to be able to do that action because the requirement is at 4 energy. So technically, we're going to go there. So it's a good thing I used it where I did for the auction. So yeah. So I can either, now by having it on this card, I now have essentially 3 options on what to do. Okay? So I can either use it as a challenge for the auction or for the challenge of the gods. That's one option. Second option is invent this card to up my energy to then be able to claim that card later on, since I will have the requirement. Or the third option is to take the library action, which is to pull that elder back, which then would allow me to bump that information over like so. Okay? So there's that. All right? All right. So there's that. I appreciate that, Tony. Says Edward does such a good job on solo streams. If I tried to do this, it'd be 3+ hours of uncomfortable silence and grimacing, punctured by heavy cursing every 10 minutes or so. I appreciate that. All right. So we have done now our invent action. So now spread or art. We've already covered we're not doing art. So we're looking at spread. So where can we spread? So we could spread 1, 2, 3 to come over there because that's legit. Or I think we go ahead and go over where that new one was over there. So if we take a look, to be clear now, there in Africa, you'll notice that there is only 1 per hex anywhere on all of these hexes. So we are good to go. We are safe. We are not going to kill ourselves accidentally and cause inadvertent chaos. All right? All right. So we have our third action, encephalize. You betcha. Don't mind if we do. Boom. Hey, welcome to menopause, y'all. Woohoo! Never been so happy about menopause in my life. All right. So then we go into the footprint and restore the market. Footprint we've already done. Restore the market. There is nobody. We go into the next round. Next round, we are going to challenge the gods. This is the penultimate challenge for the first epoch. All right. Choices, y'all. Groom and gossip. Now I'm picturing little chimpanzees just picking at my hair, getting bugs out. So there's that. All right. So what do we have? We have the events. Let's go ahead and do the events first. So we have cooling, which sea to, not shining sea, but sea to ice. Oh boy. Sea to ice, sea to ice, sea to ice. You know, we could, again, right now we only have 4 ices, ice-eye. 1, 2, 3, 4. We could just turn one of these seas into that ice right there. Yeah, I think that's what we do. So let's see that. That is not bad. That's 2 war. That doesn't seem like something I'm really going to focus on, but I'm going to need to because points, right? And that one, 1 maritime. I think we turn this sea into an ice. And so here's an interesting idea. If I were to go there, it covers those up, and I can't get around through here because that's blocked off by ice, baby. All right, so I cannot go there and I cannot go there. Yeah. The other option is to put it over here. I think we start spreading this way. So yeah, let's cover up the reindeer. Sorry, Santa, and the 2 war city. Yep. So we're basically blocking off that part of the map right now, but remember, we can come this way and it does warp coming over because it's a globe. It's not a flat Earth, regardless of what some crazy people think. So there we go. All right. Whew. All right, that is the cooling. The next one, the next action is famine. So there we're having a famine. Famine says, if your urbanization is greater than your footprint stage, urbanization's at 0, footprint's at 1, so we're not, but what is it? You must suffer a loss of half your cities, no chaos, but there is for solo, and half your elders, round all fractions in your favor. So we don't need to worry about that. Okay, boom, done. All right. Yeah, we moved from MC Hammer to Vanilla Ice, you betcha. All right. So, now what? Well, we have another encephalize, and it has no requirements. So this here is moving our immunization up 1 level, gives us an extra spot for a dissident. It's good, but it's not great, in my opinion. It would give us another encephalize, but keep in mind that here in a little bit, our auto encephalize is only going to be good for this turn and 1 more. So if we were to take that, it basically means that this idea is no more useful to us at all because all of our encephalizes will be done. And this is a 1-shot because then our immunization, once that bumps up there, it's done. So I'll be honest, I don't think that's that great. Getting our immunization up, which gives us a little bit, you just heard, you know, famine, disease and all that would be good so we don't lose cities that we just claim because we will take chaos in the solo game. All right? That's nice, but I just don't think that's that important right now. Remind me I said that. That'll probably come back to bite me in the butt. So as it is, I don't think we go ahead and do that, honestly, guys. I think we forego the auction and we don't bother taking that. So we're going to discard this card out of the game. We still have no. Now, another thing to keep in mind, though, is being able to get another. Ooh, hold on. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. There is one more thing here, guys, that we're not talking about. And what that is I could have a revolution and actually turn that over to where now I would get art, to where I would then get a purple. The purple would be my ruling class. The reason I'm looking at this is because I would lose this idea, but I'm going to gain the 1 Eureka or the 1 encephalize that I would get from that, and that would give me a footprint, a foundation, which would give me art, which then makes prayer a lot more viable for me. And here's the other problem here, guys. I have no foundations right now, and I think foundations are going to be important as we go along, because I only have 1 more chance at a footprint. And here's the other thing I'm thinking about, is if we invent this card, we can't take this card right now. We have menopause, but our ruling class is culture and it's not politics. Whereas if I were to switch it over to one of those, then I could take it. And this gives me artisan, which artisan is take a pawn from my free will and place it into any card in the market. And here's the other thing, the other catch here is if we invent this card, we're not going to have any pawns out here to be able to potentially challenge the gods to be able to take that action or to claim the auction, to claim that. So here's another idea. What if we do take that, get rid of that, and have a revolution to change it over to purple? Then we take a specialized to put out another pawn out there. And then if we want to have an auction for the next turn, we can, great, we can claim that, and then we can still invent this next turn. I think that's what we do. I love that idea, honestly. Or do we not claim it? And just specialize and forego that. Maybe that's a better idea. But the problem is we don't know if that's going to be purple, which matches there. It has another encephalize, that has another footprint. That seems really limited. All right, take care, Tony. Take care. Thanks. Do we run the risk? And what I'm talking about is what colors is that card? I have a 2/3 chance that it's purple on the other side. No, I'm not going to. I'm going to discard this card. There, done. Then instead of inventing this card, I'm going to actually go ahead and take the specialize action here. So I'm going to specialize since I have another pawn over here. So now, where do I want to put it? So any of those, the 2 information seems pretty good. Plus art, and so, yeah, I think that's a really, really good card. The bark cloth beaters, I think, makes sense. They're both on the first level. And that's assuming that I'm going to spend one of these for the auction next turn. I'm good with that. Yeah, I am. So coming back down here, again, art or spread. So we will spread again. And spread, 1, 2, dead, 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 can't go that way, can't go that way. So we're going to come out this way. So that is 1, 2, 3. There. Or do we go here? Let's see. I think that works out better. Yeah, I think that works out better there. There we go. We have now successfully spread. And then, getting back to this, you betcha, we encephalize once again, coming over to our brain. There, we have one left down here in emotions. All right. Done. Done for the market refresh and everything. That's it. We now challenge for the last time in the first epoch. We have pyrotechnology. All right. So what do we have for the first event? The first event is, I believe it's warming, right? Yes. That first one is warming. Turns an ice back into sea. Okay. Destroying the cities. We have no cities. Well, not bad. Not bad. That one also is tempting since I'm going this way. But I think, you know what? Gives us another city right here. So let's do that. Turn this into water. Well, you know what? We're not anywhere near there. Let's go ahead and turn that into a water down yonder. There we go. Done. The second action, the little fishy on there, I have to find that one. That is pollution. Okay, so pollution says, oh, wrong, sorry. There we go. Let's try this again. Pollution there says, if the number of your cities is greater than your energy, suffer a chaos, plus expend an elder or destroy a city. Well, I have no cities out there, so it's a cow's opinion. It's moo. Okay. So now we're back to the same option. Kind of, sort of. Now, we can get a free energy, which gives us the number of spots in a spread, which we're going to need that for potentially fire stick farming, but I realize that we're probably not going to be able to claim fire stick farming because we're going to go into a new epoch. So being able to claim that card probably doesn't really apply. Okay. But getting an extra energy seems good. So then I could claim it for prayer or a second metallurgy. That doesn't apply for a solo game, and that kind of sucks for us. However, this one, that one says artisan, spread, or for mining, prospecting, which turns into cities. So now, going into purple, this seems really good. And it gives us a free energy, which is what that card there was going to do. So now we have another interesting decision. So let me work my way through what happens with a revolution. All right. I'm thinking that's the case, Paul, that I take that and then I claim beaters as well. Because beaters is going to give me either art, another, no, actually it'll be just art and encephalize. And then encephalize will be for a one time. So that the art, that doesn't really seem like that great in action either. It's epic or epoch. It actually, it can be either or, right? I definitely think I want that card. But let me go through the revolution steps real quick. Change the ruling class. No dissidents. There's no putsch. And that's it. That's literally it. So yeah, the only reason I might not want to take that card is because I would lose one of my pawns, but no, we're going to. So we're going to have a revolution. So I am going to claim this card, and it is a level 1, so it's going to be one of these. So I can always discard that card. So yeah, I'm going to use this card or this pawn, which will come back to free will. I then will get the Eureka. The Eureka here says I get to bump up my energy 1 up to a level of 4 max. So there, done. Okay, good. So now I can have 2 pieces of wood. I'm sorry, check that. I can now spread 4 spaces, not 3. There we go. All right, so that is done. So now I get to take this card. I meet the requirement, which is no requirement. So I'm going to take this card, and I can choose either to put it here, but I don't want those. So instead, I'm going to have a revolution. So I'm going to place this here. So the steps of the revolution is change the ruling class. So the ruling class here will then move over to there. Then I quell all dissidents, and for each I expend 1 elder or emissary or destroy a city, but I have no dissidents, so we're good to go there. There's no putsch because it's not a chaotic revolution. I mark the ruling class with my crown, done, and then any ideas here. Now, if this idea had a purple side, I could then claim it, but I don't, so this is actually going to go out of play. So I'm going to actually just go ahead and toss that out of play. So I lose that idea. And done. And because it was not during my activities phase, that's not the end of my turn. Now I actually get to take my turn. What is that? Make us? All right, so that is the end of the Challenge of the Gods. Now, if you notice, we're going to have a Comet card next turn. But that's next turn. We're going to go into the second epoch. But as it is right now, we don't need to worry about that. So here we go. We start bottom to top. Now, Maka says, remove an artisan action from the purple side in the living rules. What page is that on? And I will look at that real quick. So I have the living rules actually open. So where is that? Just looking at this real quick. A quiet revolution is what that is called technically, by the way. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to find that without a little help. So, first page of the card errata. Oh, so there's no artisan on that. Okay, all right, good to know. So disregard that first one. That kind of sucks. So I have a spread, or I can prospect a city. So this allows me to put a city out on the board, potentially, if I meet the requirements. And prospecting, specifically, is with a black resource icon that I have met the minimum requirements. So let's take a look out there. So I have, let's see, that is 3 footprint. I do not. 4 footprint, 3 footprint, 4 metallurgy, 4 immunization. That is 2 and 4 for metallurgy. I don't have. So I cannot do that action, but I can do a spread action. All right. So the spread action now, just like what it was previously, and we can go 4 now. Looking around the board, I think we can go from this 1, 2, 3, 4. We could come up this way. Could go 4 up that way, or we could go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. There. I like that idea. Done. So we have now done the spread here. Okay, done. So now we have the exact same 4 actions here as we had when we were in culture. Okay. So now what do we do? We have 1 pawn here in our free will. We still have 1 here in our emotions. Okay. Now looking at the bottom row, we can get a second information, which this seems really, really good to be able to invent that, and that would give us our last encephalize. I think that's kind of what we have to do. The problem is all of the cards in the market then will go away. I don't think that's the end of the world, because that kind of meets the 2 requirements that we were trying to do to begin with. Getting our information up to 2, and it would give us all of our pawns off of emotions. I think that's what we do. So let's go ahead then, we will invent. So again, inventing says we will invent this card, so we will get our information. We do have a number of pawns equal to the row, which this requires 1. So invent says the bonus, the Eureka, is to go there. So now we can have 2 elders per specialized action, and we're allowed 2 ideas in the market. That's awesome. That's good. Okay. So then this guy will come back to our free will. Then this card, we do meet the requirement. Yay! Because we have menopause, we have 2 or less here. Awesome. So this card will then come on down there. Excellent. We have invented the bark cloth beaters. Excellent. All right. So that is the bottom row. Now the top row, you'll notice, again, ignoring the third one because we are not playing the basic game, but we have two options. We have spread, or I believe that is war. That is war. War does not apply in the solo game, so we only have spread. So we can spread again. Grab another migrants, and we can go up to 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Awesome. So now you'll notice that here this says from Beringa can come over, that technically is, that spot right here is attached. That is the exact same spot as that one up there. But that is ice, ice, baby. So that means we cannot spread between ice and ice until we have reached our energy one higher level. But it actually lets us branch over into North America. So it's something to keep in mind. All right, we have successfully spread, and now we can do our choice of any of those. So the first one is art, which moves a pawn from mysticism to our free will. We don't have anybody there. Okay, so that's moot. The third one is we can bump our energy 1 up to the level 4. Well, we're already at 4, so that's moot. That will never go down, so yeah, we're done with that. Okay. And encephalize. Hey, you know what? Let's go ahead and encephalize for the very last time in the game. Done. We have now moved, we have evolved from emotions up to vocabulary. Okay, done. So that is done. We have already covered that we are good to go, and that we will not kill anybody. Now we have to refresh the market. And technically we're going to do this, even though all of these cards are about to go away. And we have a Adzi Dugout, I believe is how you say that. Adds the maritime, and you have to have a prerequisite of menopause. But I'm not going to go over that in detail because it's not going to matter. Because we're going into a new round. And a new round says, oh, we have to challenge the gods. Okay, a challenge of the gods, though, is now a Comet card. Okay, so we will go over. It is not auctioned, as it says. If challenged, which we must, all players suffer a chaos. Okay, so let's go over chaos for the first time. Let me bust out the rule book. And you would think I would know exactly where this is in a rule book. I know it's towards the front. There it is. You suffer a chaos, da-da-da-da-da. Okay. Withdraw the required dissident figures from the map, your choice. If there are not enough figures on the map, take from your pool. If there's still not enough figures, then you move all that you can. However, you don't take your last one off the board. So store all chaos as dissidents, which technically, by the way, I should point this out. Something I forgot right here is you'll notice that we have 1 and we have 2. So this should have technically moved up to there. But we're about to take a chaos, so that's okay. So we have to remove a migrant from the board. Who do we want to move off the board? Well, we have mining. And I don't want to get anybody that is going to help us mining-wise, so we're going to remove this migrant here, and we're going to place that onto there as a dissident. Okay? Now, if there were not enough spaces to hold it, then we're going to have a chaotic revolution, which is bad, normally. I don't have to worry about that, and this one doesn't shut anything down, so okay, hey, cool. No harm, no foul, right now, at least. So that is done. So, getting back to this, for our challenge. We have suffered a chaos. Then remove all ideas without elders with Epoch II cards. Okay, all right, so that means there are no elders out here. So all of these cards will go away. All of these cards will go away. And all of these cards will go away. Okay, so that is Epoch I done. And now we have Epoch II. And again, because I'm paranoid that you guys think I actually seed the deck. Oops. Okay, bottom top. So we have mummification, smoking, and short fallow milpas, obviously. We have adobe brick architecture. We have irrigation, and we have, oh, concrete aqueducts, the Romans. Okay. If I need to scoot these up later, I will. Wheeled vehicles, loom weaving, and nix them all, i.e., be able to make tortillas. That is really important in my world. All right, so we have done that. Okay, so now, each awarded victory point chits, we don't have scoring during this, and the challenger keeps this card as a bellwether, so I get to keep this card. However, it says as your challenge phase, discard this out of the game to move the philosophy 1 or 2 steps. We don't do that in the solo game, so never mind. So I get to keep this, but not really, so I'm just going to take it out of the game, because it's a cow's opinion right now. It's moo. All right? Look at all those professional magician false cut. Yeah, right? Yeah, Jace. You got me. This Portland breakfast tea is really good. Thank you, Paul. All right. So we're going to have new challenges here. And I suppose I had to go over the cards for the new epoch, right? All right. Yep, apparently I need to move all these up. So a moment. Let me scoot all this up a little bit. There we go. That should be pretty close. All right. So what do we have? We have prayer, which moves from anywhere on my board over to mysticism. Eureka, this one is moving up abstraction. That's awesome. So moving from here up to there. However, it also has a call, meaning if you have any Epoch I ideas here, you have to discard one. But to be honest with you, this card is almost, not quite dead to me. 2 of them are dead, but now because of with prayer, that art, it's awfully tempting. So keep that in mind. So those have menopause. This one requires me to have a war animal city. That's the requirement, and you can see that that is 5 energy. That adobe brick architecture right here is awfully nice because this allows me, both of these cards, that allows me to domesticate cities. And it allows me an extra abstraction action, as does that one. So maybe we go back to white. We would lose the idea, but maybe we go back to white. Interesting. The wheeled vehicles, the actions available on that one are war, a 4 footprint, which is useful at least once. And we're talking about this right here. And the last one, I believe, is enslave, which... let me double check. It is, which that's moot, so this card kind of sucks for us. Then looking at that, the energy, But the purple side, that gives us prayer, which we have arts, and then prayer. That's kind of tempting because then I can move from off of here, out there, and then back up to free will. But it's an extra step. But it also gives us an extra victory point because any pawns that we have here are extra victory points for culture. So that's something to keep in mind. So that mummification actually kind of makes sense. That's kind of tempting as it is. This one up here is artisan, which allows us to take a pawn and place it out in the market. And the other one is the 3 wheat one, which is cultivate. And that allows us to build cities anywhere there are these white tokens out there. That also is really nice. So maybe we don't bother worrying about switching back to white. Yeah, I think I like both of those cards, honestly. Okay. So both of those are really good for us. This up here, smoking, gives us prayer. Irrigation gives us nothing, because we've already reached that. And that has I'm looking for the specific prerequisite. That prerequisite is a work animal, this one. So that Eureka gives us a free abstraction, and we already have met this one. So there's that. But again, we would have to have a revolution, but I think we've established we're happy with where we are. So looking at those special actions gives us an extra energy, gives us to be able to domesticate and, wow, and cultivate. Irrigation is a really good card for us. But to be able to do that, we have to have already domesticated a work animal to be able to claim that card. So I think that becomes one of the focuses that we need to do. But I really like both of these cards, so that will get cheaper to be able to do, but we need to be able to domesticate. So how do we domesticate? Well, if we look at the cards up here, this short fallow milpus, purple, is we can domesticate. Okay. And that has to have a requirement also, though, of domesticating a work animal. Have to have a 3 footprint. Concrete aqueduct gives us a immunization and another mining, and that's not nearly as good. And then that one is an extra footprint. That one doesn't seem nearly as good. So I think what we do for our first action now, let's go ahead and come back down here. All right. Hey, Jonathan. Take care, Chad. So here, there is no artisan, remember. So spread or mining, well, we've established prospecting. I cannot, so we're going to spread. So spreading, we will take another one of these. And we can go 4. So we will go 1, 2, 3, 4. There, done, good to go. We still can only have a max token of 1 per, but that's okay. So the next one is we're going to go ahead and specialize. And now, because we have our information at 2, we can specialize both of these elders. Finally, we're cooking with gas. So now, what do we do? Well, I definitely think mummification's got to be 1. Now, I could put them both on mummification, but that doesn't make a lot of sense for us. The second one. So we were talking about really liking irrigation, but we need a way to be able to to be able to domesticate animals. And there is no way to domesticate animals unless we flip this over to white. If we flip this over to white, then we would be flipping that and we lose that. So it doesn't make sense. So I don't see a way to be able to get a domesticate action. Not yet, anyways. But there may be something here in one of those. Okay? So what do we do? I mean, this is also a really nice action. Having the artisan on there, being able to cultivate is good. Yeah, I think it gives us a little flexibility. So there we go. I'm good with that for all the reasons we talked about before. So we've spread, we have specialized. Now we can spread again or war, and war doesn't exist in the solo. So spread. Okay. So now we can move up to 4. Still have a maritime of 0. Keep that in mind. By the way, we have a diversity of 1 right now because we have a dissident on there. So a spread of 4. You know what? We can go 1, 2, 3, 4. That's good. That's safe. And there's still only 1 per hex. We're good. That works. All right. So that is spread. And now we have prayer, encephalize, or energy of 4. Art. Expend a pawn from your mysticism to your free will. I have nobody there. I have nobody in emotion, and I have energy of 4 already. So nothing here, so that's wasted. Done. That's a dead card to me at this point, right now. So we've already established I'm safe out there. Replace cards, there are none to replace. So we go into our first Epoch II challenge. We have, oh, look at that. We have a rightist dictator. Remember, one of the rules for a solo game is you automatically get the dictator without having an auction. Well, that worked out really well. And these are random, so here we go. So we have the events first, as is normal. So the first event is a crisis. Now the crisis here would normally depend on what type of crisis it is dictated by wherever the philosophy cube is. Okay, so what type of crisis it would be, whether it's that, or whether it's that. But as it is, there is no specific type of crisis, so we just do a normal one. If it's to the left, if it's center to upper, you do civil war. What's war good for anyway? All right, so we have civil war. Civil war says, if dissidents are greater than or equal to diversity, then suffer to chaos. Well, crap. If dissidents are greater than or equal to my diversity, I have one dissident. I have one diversity. Well, that sucks. I suffer to chaos. Okay, what does that mean? Well, we're going to have a violent revolution. Okay. So, here we go. So the revolution, you know what? I'm going to do this per the rule book here. A moment. All right. All right. Have to quell dissidents, so I take 2 chaos. Okay? First and foremost, I have to destroy cities. I have no cities. Then migrant losses. Okay? So I have to lose 2 migrants. A moment. I'm looking here. I will go ahead and lose that one. And I will lose that one. So now these guys have to come over here. Well, technically, let's start with chaos. I take 2 chaos. I take 1 chaos that goes there onto my diversity. The second one there isn't room for, so therefore now I suffer a revolution. Technically, that's how that would work. So, all right, we're going to move the ruling class to a new column. So I have to quell dissidents. Okay? For each dissident, you return to your pool. For each one quelled, you must lose a city, then a migrant. So I'm doing this out of order. Now, I took 2 chaos, so that is losing 2 of the migrants, okay, for the chaos. Okay, so now I have to lose 2 because I have 2 dissidents. I technically have 3, but this one actually just goes away because I only have room for 2. So I'm going to lose 2 more. So I'm going to go ahead and lose 1, 2. Done. Okay. So now there's going to be a putsch. Okay? And a putsch says, and this is only during the chaotic revolution, if it was chaotic, the lowermost foundation in the ruling class has revolted, remove it from the column, flip it 180 degrees, and that becomes your new ruling class. So these will go away. Well, my ruling class now is going to become white. I don't have a choice. I would have had a choice if I so desired, if it wasn't a chaotic, if I didn't have a foundation, or if it wasn't a, didn't have a chaotic revolution. All other foundations in ruling class remain in place. All right, so now move the crown to that ruling class and then reorient ideas. Okay, so let's look. If this were white on the other side, I would get to keep it. It's not, so it's out of the game. Womp womp. Done. All right. Oh, hold on. There's that and that. I need to keep those as discards. There. All right. So that is the chaotic revolution. Obsolete ideas go away. And then resume the game. Okay, done. Well, that was something. That happened. So that was Civil War. Okay, now a rightist dictator. Okay, well, I get to do dictator action, or I get to claim this for free. So the dictator, a rightist dictator, says, skip the auction and award to the player with the highest mysticism. Well, in this case, I just get it. All right, so there's that. Okay, but now I get to claim the card. Okay, so what does the card say? It says, I'm going to add 1 to my immunology up to level 2. Awesome. Or I'm sorry, my metallurgy. Awesome. Okay, so that's done. Good. Victory points are good. But then the next one is, I'm looking for that icon, a moment. It is not preach. I'm looking. Give me a second. It is a purge. Discards all other foundations other than the species placard in that column out of the game and quell any dissidents on the purged cards. That's what that is. Wow. Okay, so something to keep in mind now. If we choose to keep it white, it will get rid of this card. I would lose the diversity, which I'm currently at 2 diversity, but both of those icons are both dead to me now because Preach isn't in the solo game and I'm already at level 2 on the metallurgy. That's really not so bad. Okay, that's all right. However, remember, I am allowed at this point to have a quiet revolution. So if I want, I can flip this card over and orient it to the purple side. So let's look. I would not lose the foundation. The foundation would actually stay where it is and it just wouldn't come into play. So this says I would get my choice of a bumping up my footprint. I still can do that. That is a prayer. And then enslave is out of the game and war is out of the game, which means whenever you war, you get to bump up your maritime. So basically, it gives me a one-time footprint and it gives me a prayer action. That's okay. That's not really great, I'll be honest. I think, honestly, whenever I take the prayer action, I can then go ahead and or I take a prayer and then I can get a city. That seems really good. So I think that's what we're going to do. And I get to claim this card. So claiming that card, I don't have any requirement, so good to go. So we're going to claim this card. Okay. So coming back to my board. Now, because of the purge, I have to get rid of this card out of the game. So that will go there. That's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Done. That was a hell of a challenge, wasn't it? Woo! And the nice thing, though, the really, really nice thing is I didn't have to use any of my elders. That's sexy. I like that. That is really good. All right, so we are done with Challenge of the Gods. So let's come back to our board. We can take the prayer action, and prayer says you can move one of your pawns from anywhere into your mysticism pool. And when you do that, you can then domesticate a city or domesticate an animal and claim a city. Oh, well, okay. So I'll take one of these guys from my vocabulary, place it into my mysticism. I'm just going to put it up above so you guys can see that a little bit clearer. Done. Now I took that, so I must domesticate. Okay, wow. Now, before we do that, let's take a look at the actions that are out there, or the market cards, the idea cards. So now, remember, this requires a war animal, and I currently have, but those actions suck for me, kind of. This card's really nice. This card's really nice. This card is really nice as well, and I need a work animal to be as a prerequisite. So maybe we look at domesticating a work animal. Oh, okay. Well, let's go ahead and take a look here. We have two options for work animals, okay? And actually, I think we can see it best there. All right, so there are two types of animals, okay, as shown right here. But let's go and zoom in here. Work animals have the little cross on them, and war animals have the little arrow on them right here. So I have two options. I can turn this migrant into that city, or I could turn this migrant into that city. Well, you know what? Let's go ahead and Savanthair? Yeah, we'll turn that dissident, I'm sorry, that's a migrant, so he will go away, and he turns into a city. Boom, done. We have a city. We on the board. Woohoo! Which is dangerous whenever events come out that affect our immunology. All right? Oh, good call. All right, Cot. Yeah, we'll put it there, since technically I'm playing the black player. So there we go. Now those show up really well. Good call. All right. So we have done our first action, which is prayer with a result of domesticating a city, or domesticating an animal via a city. All right, so now we can do any of those. Well, I definitely want one of those cards, so I'm going to invent. Now the question is, which card do we invent? Honestly, I think we do the Adobe Brick Architecture one. I think so. Yeah, I like that idea. So we're going to invent this card. Again, prerequisite, do I have a pawn on it because it's in the first row? I do. So we're good there. So I get the Eureka. The Eureka is I get an abstraction, then I have to cull a level 1 card. So that goes there. And here, I don't have any level 1 ideas, so awesome, I just skip it. Fantastic. The requirement is menopause. Okay, I meet that. So this guy will come back there. And then that will come in here, and I'm allowed a total of 2 ideas. Fantastic. Okay, so that's done. So now, for the first time, we have an option, really, on this level. We have either spread or art. Art says I can bring this pawn here back into my free will, which would give us 3 in free will right now. But it's also a victory point at the end of the game, which right now culture has 1, 2, and 4 more is 6. Well, I don't think so. I think we spread because now we have all this room out here. So let's go ahead and spread. Now, when you spread from a city, you can spread from any of the points on the hex, obviously not water hexes because these guys can't live on water. However, we can go a total of 4 spots. So let's go ahead and go east, young man. 1, 2, 3, 4. That seems good. There we go. All right, we have now spread. Take care, Jonathan. All right, so now we have either abstraction or domesticate another, and if you do, you get to bump your footprint 1. Wow, okay. Well, we already have 2 guys free here for potentially being able to place out 2 for the invention or for information whenever we specialize. So I don't think we need abstraction right now, but I do really like the idea of being able to to be able to domesticate, and then we get to bump our footprint 1, which means we then can have 2 tokens per hex. That's really good for us. So let's go ahead and do that. So now, again, we have 2 options, I think. Oh God, no, we have a lot of options now. So let's look here. Can you see that a little bit? Let's go and move that over a little. There we go. So we can, that one for a war animal, that one, or that one, or that, or that. Now the advantage, and I should point out those down there. There we go. Now the advantage of a war animal is you can spread from a new city via the Blitzkrieg rule if you have a war animal. Now, I'll be honest, we already have one work animal, so why don't we go ahead and get a war animal too? Okay? All right, take care, Scott. Say hi to Matt for me. So yeah, I think we go war animal. So let's go ahead and do this one down here. So we're going to turn this migrant into another city there. And when we do that, we then get a second footprint. So we will bump that up to there. So now we can have 2 pieces of wood per hex. Awesome. There we go. That's the end of that. So now I know we're good up here for a footprint. Then we have to refill the market. And we have mead brewing. All right. A little honey mead, maybe. So that card, let's see what it gives us over here. All right. Let's see. We have a 2 footprint, so the Eureka's dead to us, menopause, whatever. But the actions, whenever we do a prayer action, we then can domesticate, which we've already covered. We can already do that. The other one is, that is examining. So can't do that in this game. And then the other one is artisan. So, whatever. Not really the greatest card for us. And the purple up top is enslave, can't do it. War, can't do it. So ignore the maritime. And the other is prayer. That's not really a good card for us, given what it is that we're doing. So we've refilled the market. We are done with that round. Hey, all right. So a moment. So I'm curious, are you guys able to follow along? Is it all making sense? Am I walking it through easily enough for you guys, hopefully? And what do we have here? Hey, Nico, cheers. Thank you very, very much for the support, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. All right, go to pledgehc.com, support the show, join the herd there. It'll be underneath here in a little bit. All right, so check that out. Definitely appreciate it. All right. So we are now up to a new challenge. All right. Whew. All right. It's a lot of talking during this. The game isn't that long. It's just I'm walking through everything. So I'm going to try and pick up the pace a little bit here. Megalithic tombs. Okay. So first off, we have acorns, which are forestation. Remove a desert, turn it into a forest. Remove a desert and turn it into a forest. Yeah, I think we could get that out of there. And we'll go ahead and cover up the cooked bananas and uranium down here. Done. All right. Next one is a Storiga tsunami. So it's going to be somewhere on the coast. Okay. So let's find that. It's going to be Epoch II. I'm looking around the coasts. I failed to find it on my first overview of them, of where they are. Krakatoa, Tambora. Grr, where is it? If you guys know, chime in. Oh, thanks, Paul. What's his name? That's Toba. Ugh, where is this one? This is driving me nuts. And it's called the Storiga tsunami. It's got to be on the coast, right? Maybe I'm overlooking it. All right, You guys aren't helping, so here we go. We'll do it systematically. No, no. Kakai, no. Tambora, Krakatoa, as I mentioned, no, no, no. Shanzai, I guess. It's off Norway, under the ice disk. Thank you. There we go. That's where it is. It's up, oh, well, trust me, it's right here. Thank you. Thank you, Christopher. So, nothing happens because there's nothing up there. All right. Whew. That took longer than it should have. All right. So now we can claim that if we want. So let's see. Do we want to claim that? It would give us another prayer, but if we do, it would give us a free abstraction, which we already... Oh, no, we're in white. I'm sorry. Dead, prayer. We could do that twice per turn. I don't know how important that is. Oh, because here we get an abstraction and we get prayer for that card already. But it's another diversity. Oh, man. Is it worth it? I think it is because of the diversity. And it gives us another prayer. I can always add one back out here. Yeah, I think we do. I think we do. So let's go ahead and... Oh, it's Epoch II. We cannot. It requires 2. That's the minimum bid because it says above and beyond here, right? The solitaire auction. This is regardless of augmentation. Ah, it takes 2. All right. All right, so I cannot claim it, so it doesn't matter. It's out of the game. Done. Bah. So Epoch II, done. Ah. All right. So now, for our turn, for our activities, we can do prayer, and then we can go ahead and add another city. Oh, I feel like this is such a bad idea. Oh, this is going to bite me on these whenever we have like disease and everything. But that's how we get immunology. So let's go ahead and do it. So prayer, and prayer says we can take another one from anywhere on our brain here, there, and put it over into mysticism. Done. Then, so here's another option, right? Do we go ahead and place 2 elders out there, or do we invent? If we invent, we get an extra abstraction, which moves 1 up there, but we won't be able to take this, the foundation. I think instead we go ahead and specialize, and so we can take 2. So now, where do we specialize? I think we have to go onto concrete aqueducts. And the reason for that is concrete aqueducts is going to give us a +1 on the immunization, which we're getting heavy into cities right now. So there we go. And no, Kat, not during the solo game. You cannot. So looking at this, what other actions do we actually want? So this card is essentially dead to us. This card is dead to us, other than the Eurekas. This card gives us being able to cultivate other different types of cities, and it gives us an extra couple bumps on the footprint potentially, and it allows us to go between desert and desert. That's actually not a bad card right there. This is a lesser version of that. So I think irrigation is a really tempting one. Moving up here to these cards, a bump on footprint, it's not as good. That sucks. And that is okay. Next to them all is good. I think we go irrigation. I think irrigation makes the most sense. So that is the second of our actions on our culture. track. So now we have an interesting choice here. Do we spread again, or do we pull one of these guys back to put it into free will? Well, if we auction, we're going to have a couple of these guys already back to free will, so I think leaving them over there in mysticism makes sense. Oh, did I not domesticate? Oh, I did not. Thank you. Yeah. Good call. I totally forgot that step. So here, I forgot when I do a prayer action, I domesticate. That's right. Thank you. So going out here, what do we want to domesticate? All right. Somebody said rhino earlier. Let's go and do a war rhino right there, and that will take this migrant out. There we go. Done. Good call. Good call. Thank you, Paul. All right. So we are up here, and I think we go ahead and spread. We're allowed now 2 per hex, right? So now, what do? So we have another domesticate here. We have another domesticate coming up there potentially. So I think being able to get where animals are. Going from here, we go 1, 2, 3, 4, or 4. Let's go there. That works. Yep, that works. So we have spread, and now up here, we can either do abstraction or another dimension. Man, putting another city out right now is so scary. But we get, and we don't get the bump on the footprint because we're already maxed out on that. So it's just straight, do we want to return a migrant or do we want abstraction? Honestly, I think we do abstraction. I think we do that. I'm scared to get too many cities out here, okay? Oh, well, good, Phil. I'm glad to hear that, man. All right, so we have done all of our actions. Check our footprint. We know we are good to go. Refill the market. That's done. We go into a new round. So we go into the challenge. A moment. Okay. So a new challenge. Well, Sothotic shamanism. Easy for me to say. All right, so the first one here is warming. So ice to water, okay? So that's what that is. Ice to water. What do we have here? Oh, hey, mastodons. I think we will go ahead and, or it's either that one, a reindeer up there. Let's go ahead and do that, and turning it into water. That's dead to me anyways, pretty much, so that works out. Done. However, the next one I have a feeling is going to hurt a lot. Scarlet fever. Okay, so disease. Sorry, disease isn't the right word. What is it? I'm looking. Where are you? It's crowd disease, yes. Each player with an urbanization greater than their immunology. 3, 1. Hi, that's me. Okay. So then, becomes infected, suffers a loss of half their cities, no chaos, except in solo you do get chaos, and half their elders rounded in their favor. And then advance their immunology 1 step. So here, so I lose half my cities. I'm going to be able to bump that up. So there's that. Okay. Half my cities, that's 1. And then half my elders and no emissaries in the solo game. So I'm going to lose a city and an elder. And when I do that, a loss of half their cities, and I get 1 chaos for that. So I choose to lose a city. So I'll lose, since I have 2 war animals here, I'm going to lose this city. So I will go ahead and just go and put that right back where, you know what? No, I won't. I'll put it right here. There. So this city becomes a migrant, so that comes back. And then that is going to cost me 1K. Hold on. Let me get this right. Okay, withdraw the required dissident figure from the map of your choice. So, what do I want to do? Let's go ahead and take the guy who just became that. He's going to become the dissident. So that's going to go there. That's going to drop that down to 1. I had room, so we're good to go. I took my chaos. Okay, so the second part of that is now I lose half my elders rounded in my favor. So I'm going to lose one of these. Well, now that I have my immunology to 2, all of a sudden I don't need my immunology to 2 here, so I'll go ahead and lose this one there, but I don't get a chaos for that one. I only get it for losing stuff off the board. And I advance my immunology 1 step. Okay, not the end of the world. It wasn't that bad. Okay? All right. So next is the card. Okay, do I want to take it? It would require me to take both of my elders that are out here. I'll go ahead and move that one there so you can see that. Encephalize, I don't have that. I can't do it because I've already done that as much as I can and no requirement. So here, the only thing this card is good for is prayer and an extra diversity. Diversity is nice, and because Encephalize is dead and I cannot preach because solo game. So honestly, it's really not that good a card. Plus I would lose both of my elders. So nah, no thanks. Hey Yoon, Ion Game Design in the house. So I'm not gonna. So we're just gonna go ahead and get rid of that Epoch II card. That is done. All right, so we're back now to our actions. So our actions, go ahead and prayer. Yeah, don't mind if I do. And we will domesticate. So again, this will come the last one from vocabulary. So we now have 3 there. Good. And now we will domesticate. What do we want to domesticate? Let's see. We have 1 work. We have 1 war animal. I mean, the horse seems important, so let's go horse. There, he'll go away. Done. So then, we're going to go ahead and invent some stuff now, all right? I think. But we only have 1 out there then. God, this is so hard. What I'm worried about is if I want to claim this card, I have to have 2 of these out here. And there's only 1 card left in Epoch II. Oh, man. Oh, all of a sudden, I don't need this, and I don't need... Oh. Well, hold on. I don't need either of those to invent them. So you know what? I think we specialize. Okay, so my last 2 on my brain will go out there and specialize. So what are we looking at for actions that actually we want to hang out? Potentially. 4 footprint, that's kind of nice. You know what? I think we put both of them on that. I like that idea because if we can drop this down 1, potentially, that will stay there. And I actually like that action available. And that action that's on there is 4 footprint, which that will get us to here, up to there, I should say. And then a domesticate and a cultivate. So we can pound through some cities. It's an either or on that, but still. That seems really good. Oh, but hold on. But here's the other thing. If I claim this card, when we get into Epoch III, if I use that, these will go away and this will drop down to the first level. Because if that's the case, then I only need one on there. So now I can take that and actually put it somewhere else. Ha-ha. So where do we want to put it? Somewhere that actually is useful for us. I did mention that next to mall is an option because that allows us to do artisan, which places a pawn out there. And, you know, it's just not that great a card, though. Yeah, I think we'll throw it on and maybe we claim that in mummification. Yeah, I think that might be, yeah, heavy kangaroo. It's a giant short-faced kangaroo. Don't sleep on those guys. Seriously. Okay, yes, last year. Marsupials, because they're fast. Okay. If anybody got that reference, color me impressed, and that'll make my whole day. All right, so we have done our specialize action. Three, 5, 9. We're at 9 points over here. We need to be at 13. So if we keep bumping these up, I can pull some of those back. And the reason I bring that up is I think we spread right now, but remember, we also have art, which pulls one of those back into our free will. But I think we're going to spread for now. So where do we spread? Let's go ahead and come on back here. From here, spreading there, moving there, and we're good to go. So now we have no abstraction left to do. So we could, if we choose, to go ahead and domesticate another animal, which puts another city up there. The question is, 1 or 2, how many we would potentially lose. If we lose 1, we're safe because we have room on here. If we lose 2, depending on what that challenge card is and what the bad thing is, then we would lose 2 and we would have a revolution and we would lose that card potentially, but it would become maybe not that bad. But we're going to lose 2 of the cities. Whereas here we would only lose 1 of them, but we would be down to 2. Yes, let's go ahead and do it. So we will go ahead and turn, oh boy, a elasmotherium. Motherium. There you go, elasmotherium. Like a rhino looking thing. There. Done. We got another city. We're at 4 cities. Boom. Kangaroo infantry. Nice. All right. So that is all our actions. We are good as far as footprint over here. We have nothing left here. So we go into a new challenge. Be gentle. All right. So here we go. So the first one is deforestation, I believe. And that removes a forest and turns it into a desert. Okay. So where are we looking? One of those is tempting. I mean, it's elephants, right? And oh, we actually have that as well for a mining one. Let's go and get rid of this and turn it into a desert. Where can we turn it into desert? The elephant bird here in Madagascar is going to go away for right now. Done. Okay. The next one is a famine. Oh God, here we go. So famine says, if your urbanization, currently at 4, is greater than your footprint stage, second stage, it is, you must suffer a loss of half your cities. No chaos, but we get chaos, so 2 chaos, and half your elders, round all in your favor. So I lose 2 cities with chaos and 2 out here. Come on! And I don't get immunology for this. Son of a... Well, I'm going to lose this one. and this one there. And then I would get 2 immigrants, but I'm going to go ahead and use those as the chaos. So one chaos will go there. The other chaos goes away because it's extra. I don't have room for it. We're going to have another revolution, which is chaos there. Boom, done. So now I'm going to lose 2 more. And here, I have to quell both of the dissidents. Cities first. That's right. So I have to lose 2 cities. God, glory to Rome. Oh, this game is punishing. So now I'm going to get, I'll put 1 there for that city, and I will put 1 there for that city. We now lost 4 cities in that turn. So that quells those 2 dissidents. Now I have a putsch, which means this is going to flip over to there. Ruling class goes there. And thankfully, though, this flips over because it does have that color. So there's that. Tis what it is, I guess. And now I continue with the game. Okay. Well, still, that kind of sucked. So, All right, well. So there's that. All right, so what do we got now? So now, the Eureka is I would get 2 information, all right? But honestly, oh, hold on. And I have to lose 2 elders. Nix them all, and mummification come back to free will. All right, so now, because I had the putsch, the abstraction is dead. Spread is nice all of a sudden. Because over here on our board, what do we have? We have a 2 footprint, that's dead to us. We have prayer, dead and dead, because those 2 actions don't exist in the solo game. And then up here we have artisan, which places another pawn out onto the market. Or now, instead of being able to do animals for domesticate, I can cultivate, which are the white areas out here on the board. So any of these white ones that are out there, like there, okay? Spread is nice. However, here's something else to keep in mind. If I choose to take the card as the white one, I then have spread, prayer, that's dead, and that's dead. So spread or prayer as an option, as opposed to just spread if it's purple. Because then, coming over back down to here, I'll lose this card. It will just stay here. But I will then have that as far as the different type. I can actually do spread. I would be able to do that as a city. So it's basically, what kind do I want? That's actually kind of tough. I think leaving it where it is. But the question is, do I claim it? Because if I claim it, I take both of those pawns off, and then, as my action, I will have to put them back out there. Take care, Cut. This is so brutal. But as you can see, being able to have my diversity up higher is really important. I think I do claim it. To hell with it. So I will take both of these because I have no dissidents. Those will come back to free will. So this, I will get the 2 information. Oh wait, I'm already there. That sucks. So I will turn this around and that will come there. So now I have 1, 2, 3 diversity. So there's that. All right. So now what do we want to do? Bottom to top, spread, you betcha after that. So, I think going 1, 2, 3, 4 right there is a good idea. Actually, we're just going to go 3. We'll go there. Done. So that was that spread. Now, I can't do the 2 footprint. I'm already there. Those 2 actions don't exist. And now the prayer, I could remove a pawn into my mysticism pool. Now the question is, do I want to? That would put a 4th one over here. That'd give me 10 points over here. I got to be at 13. I'm going to be able to bump my footprint 1. That'll be at 11. I think I do for now. I will go ahead and do that. So that was prayer. Now over here, I will go ahead and specialize yet again. So I will take 2 of these. One will go into short fallow milpas, which now that's in purple. So hold on, do we want to do that? Honestly, I think this one is better now instead of that, because this allows us to get to a 5 energy and be able to domesticate and be able to cultivate and bump our, that'll already be done, but it'll allow us to domesticate and cultivate. So I think that one's good. And I think that's the only one that matters. That being able to mine, that gives us access to all 3 different types of cities. That's not a bad idea. I'm okay with that. So yeah, done. There we go. So now for the second action is we can spread again, and we will. So we have one there. We will go, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 right there. That looks like a good idea. I like that. And then we have artisan. Now artisan says I can go ahead and place 1 pawn out on the board into the market, or I could get another city and boost my footprint 1. And another city is the cultivate city. And getting that, allowing me to go between desert and desert and having that out there, I think that's what we do for right now. So I will go ahead and cultivate, and I think we will go ahead and cultivate right here the colza, which is the little lamp. And you guys can't see that really well, so let's go ahead and show you guys that. There we go. So the colza, that will go there, so this guy will come back, okay? And then I get to bump my footprint, and now I can spread between desert and one other area. So I can spread between here now, for instance. I can spread between here if I had maritime, which I don't. But you get the idea. That seems like a good idea. So done. Footprint, I'm good out there. No cards. So now we go into another challenge. And this is going to be a Comet. The Comet says all players suffer a chaos. Okay, and a chaos, again, to do this, I want to make sure I don't get this confused with revolution. And a chaos is remove a dissident from the board. It's my choice, so I will. A moment. I will remove this one, so that will become a dissident. There, done. And then renovate all ideas without elders on them and turn them into Epoch III, so I will. So all of these will go away. That one will go away, and those will go away. And now we have Epoch III that comes out. We have hay, parchment scrolls, and a horse collar. It would have been funnier if he had his tongue sticking out, just saying. Nailed it. All right. And we have triremes. Nice. Romans still going strong, it seems. Okay, and last seer. All right, we have glass blowing. That's the Venetians, isn't it? I think, right? Levers and pulleys. Sanitation seems like a good thing. There we go. All right, so then no scoring, and then I get to keep this card, but again, doesn't matter because can't use it. All right, done. All right, we are into Epoch III, so here we go. Whew. Spread. We will. 1, 2, 3, 4. Go right back where we were. Prayer. Oh, now we're into Epoch III, which now requires 3 elders plus 1 for every dissident. So it would require me to have 4 to be able to win this, which that ain't happening. So we're going to invent one of those. So do we want prayer? Do we want to send that last one over? That last one meaning this guy, because then we will never be able to do that unless we do... You know what? No, we're not. The answer is not. We're not going to do prayer, which is add another one over here. So now we're going to invent on the 3rd track here. We will go ahead and invent this one. This is on the bottom row. Yeah, and so it only requires 1 elder. This elder will come back. I get a +1 on energy if I weren't at 4. I'm already at 4. For the requirement, I must have a work animal. Oh, son of a... Glory to Rome! I do not have the work animal city. Come on. Damn it. Ah, which means I have the prerequisite for that, but I don't have a 2nd elder on there. God. Okay. Oh, that's frustrating. Oh, boy. Okay. So on second thought, what are we looking at? You know, that glass blowing card actually isn't too bad. The glass blowing card would give me a bump on energy. I don't have any level 1 cards to cull. I would be at 4, so I'm good to go there. But then it would give me a bump on either immunization, which is going to be really important, or mining, prospecting. That's actually a pretty good card for me. Maritime, if we're going to try and go for space, that seems important for the levers and pulleys. Oh, boy. I think glass blowing. So, you know what? It sucks, but instead, I guess we're going to only do half of a specialize, because I'm allowed 2. I only have 1 left. Golly, that's terrible. Next is spread. 1, 2, 3, 4. There. Oh, that's frustrating. There. Okay. Then here, I can pull one of my mysticism ones back, or I can put a city out, and we're going to put a city out on a work animal. And the work animal, oh God, don't tell me I'm not near any. I am. Whew. The Auroch cow. Right there. There we go. It would boost that up to 3, but we're already there, done. I'm already good with the footprint, no cards. We have a new challenge. Here we go. All right. So the challenge is cooling. So a sea turns into ice, as you can see there. So a sea to an ice. So there's no ice available over there. There is the reindeer there. So a sea to an ice. Let's go ahead and that or that. Let's go ahead and get rid of this one and we'll turn it into there. Done. The next one is the fish one. And the fish, this is pollution here. And pollution says, if the number of your cities is greater than your energy stage, I have 2 cities. My energy stage is 2. We're good. Yay. Oh, you're right. That is cultivate. I apologize. Thank you. That's the wrong one. So that was there. So where would this be? This is going to have to be, which I cannot do that now, can I? I still will not. So I don't have the ability to make those type of cities. I guess we're going to do finger millet. Thank you for the fix and correction, Christopher. All right, so pollution. Let's get back to that. If your cities is greater than your energy stage, suffer a chaos plus expend an elder or destroy a city. As it is, 2 and level or 2, so we're good. Whew, good. All right. So now, what do we have? So now we have prayer, which this card sucks for me. And it's just a terrible card. However, the white one does, a moment, let me find that. Pseudoscience. You can search, okay. So this action up here on the white says, I really want, says you can search through the lore deck, in other words, the discard, and retrieve and add to your tableau one idea with a white orientation for which you meet the preconditions. Add as the bottommost idea without a eureka. So now going through this, yeah, that sucks. That's terrible. So never mind. However, here's the kicker. I need a work city, work animal city. So if I were to turn this into white here, if I claim that, that would cost me all 3 of those. Is it worth it? Man, it feels like I'm just constantly running behind on this. Then this would go there, this would flip over, and that would give me a white, that would give me that city. But then I would have to flip it back to the other side, all to be able to get that card. I don't know if that card is that important. It's good, but I don't know if it's that important. Whereas, no, the answer is no. It's not. We're down to 2 right now. It's not worth getting those, so no, we're done. That will go away into Epoch III. Done. All right, so now my actions. Yep, final answer. So I have no more abstraction, so that's dead. We will spread. What kind of cities? White ones. We have sturgeon there. You know what? 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll go there. And we're allowed up to 3 tokens per, so we're good there. That way we can get some crabs. All right, so then prayer, I have nobody here. So that second one is dead. The third one is we're going to invent this. We're going to invent glass blowing. So that will come back. So Eureka gives me a up to level 5 on my energy. That bumps this, which now I can go between ice and something else. So we're now at 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We need one more point over here to hit that 13, FYI. Requirement is at 4. Well, I just bumped up to 5, so we're good to go. So we can claim this. So we will take that and put it right there. Done. So that was the bottom row there. So now we can spread, and we will. So spreading now, we'll go ahead and let me look. I think that makes sense right there. I think that's good. Okay. So that's here. Now we can pull one back, or we can go ahead and put out another city. Things to keep in mind, we have an immunization level of 2. We now have 3 here on our energy. It would be running a risk, but we're going to be able to bump our immunization here, so we will. We will go ahead and cultivate another city. So let's go and get some sturgeon. So we'll throw that sturgeon right there, so he will become a sturgeon. Nice. Okay. And then for our last one, we can bump our immunization up to level 4, 1 level. Oh, that's level 4, and now we can spread between jungle and jungle. And we're at 6, we're at 9 here, we're at 4 here right now. All right, so there we go. That's all my actions. Let's go ahead and check. I'm allowed to have 3 pieces of wood per hex. As you can see, there's not more than 3 out there, so we're good. And we refill the market. And we have a blast furnace that comes out. That is a 4 footprint, 6 energy, and prospecting. And that boosts our metallurgy 1 level. Oops. And it requires a mined city, which we don't have that right yet, but we do have the ability to do that. So there's that. All right. We cannot win the auction for this because we only have 2. So we're just going to suck, basically, is what's going to happen. So we have warming. So it's going to turn an ice into a sea to start. So an ice into a sea. Turn that ice. Oh, I must destroy a city if I can. So you know what? Let me back that up a little bit. We're going to cultivate that city. I forgot you have to destroy something, so it wouldn't make sense to do that. Because why take the risk? So I will go ahead and put that right there. Yeah, why take the risk? Because why would I want to turn... Oh, I guess that would have been the same. For an ice, is there anywhere I could have cultivated that is safe for that? I guess it would have had to have taken a risk. But yeah, give me that 1 mulligan on that. So there we go. So the next one is another crowd disease, Ebola, or maybe COVID. So here, each player with an urbanization greater than their immunology level. Cities at 3, level 1, 2, 3. I am not. So no crowd disease, I don't do anything, and I do not advance my immunology 1 level. So that's done. Now, I wouldn't have been able to claim it anyways because, oops, sorry. Beeswax in Cairo. Oh, there you go. That would have been a safer one. There you go, because there's no, there. Thank you, Christopher. So instead of that city there, that is completely safe. That's what I would have done. Thank you. Or Alexandria. There you go. Good call. All right. So I wouldn't have been able to do this because my information is not at 3 anyways. So you know what? I don't even want to tease myself. We're just going to call that dead. Done. Okay. All right. Actions. We're going to spread, of course. So now, what do we have that is not on any colors and no circles? I don't see any. We can make it our way over there. So we'll spread there. 1, 2, 3, 4. That works. Done. Prayer. Do we do prayer? I don't think so. I have no idea. I feel like I'm kind of stuck right now. I need to churn through the market. So I'm going to invent stuff just to get it out of the way, but I can't. Oh, this is frustrating. Whew. I don't know what I'm trying to do. I think I have to get out of, I gotta have a revolution. So I'm not gonna do prayer. I'm gonna skip that row. And here, I'm going to go ahead and I want a revolution, so I'm going to go and specialize. So where do I put this? So what am I looking to do? Do I go to white or do I go to red? So industry or culture. I don't really need more culture, but if I want to be able to get the cities that, oh boy. I'm looking at what's out there real quick. The hay one is pretty good actually for me, but the problem is the Eureka is dead right now. Now, levers and pulleys allows me to invent an extra card. And the microscope allows me to go through the lore deck and retrieve and turn it to a red side, which really isn't that great. But the Eureka is awfully nice, which allows me a free invent. The blast furnace is good for me. The sanitation, but I have to have a mine city to be able to do it, so I need to be able to mine a city first. So that is what we're going to have to do, and I can do that. Okay. So I think we look to go into a red, the red ruling class, and that will be, it gives me 2 of those options, which allows me to mine. I think we take that risk. So I think we go there. Here we go. Hey, Bernardo. All right, done. So now the next action is artisan. Or, I'm sorry, yeah, artisan, which pulls 1 from free will and place it onto a market card. I can't do that because I have none left. And the other is to get another city, which I think I will do that. And this will go, we've been getting a lot of ice and water, so I will take the chance and we will get crabs. Done. sorry, I skipped one. I should have spread first, sorry. So I will spread. So where do we want to spread? This we will go 1, 2, 3, 4. And we can do that because we're allowed to go between ice and something else because of, right down here, our energy. Done. And we've already gotten that city there for crabs. Then, last but not least, we're taking a big risk, but to hell with it. The only thing we can do on this is mine on that, or prospect, which turns into any type of city for the that icon. So now, we could get tin, we could get T. Oh, no, we can't get T. That would have. I can get rubies. I can get opals. Basically, what one do we want to do? Let's go ahead and let's get tin here. There, because our metallurgy's at 2 or higher, so that's good to go. Done. And that's going to be a prerequisite for this one and that card as well. All right, a moment. That's all of our actions. We have no more than 3 in any one hex. We're good. We don't clear any cards. Oh God, please be gentle. That sucks. But hey, at least you guys get to see this. What year was it in Lisbon? So forestation, sorry, the acorn. So this one is a desert into a forest. Awesome. And by awesome, I mean that sucks. A desert into a forest. Has to kill a city. That's an act of God. So normally, it would not cause a chaos, but it does. I cannot go between jungle and jungle right now, so these guys are isolated. Oh, man. So I don't want to kill him off. I'll go and kill him off, I guess. There. So that will come there. I am down to 1 diversity. Okay. So now, Lisbon earthquake. This is the one that Lisboa is all about. Okay. I know where that is. That's here. So, so we have a catastrophe. It destroys a city. All losses are without chaos. Now, it does say that specifically. It does not say because it's an act of God. And let me be clear here on this. It says, each destruction of a city or migrant token by an act of God causes a chaos just like act of man. But the fact that it specifically calls out the catastrophe does not give chaos. So Phil, if you're still here, just to clarify, this, I destroy that, but it doesn't cause chaos. And I will go ahead and put that right there. Okay. Jungle, oh, yes, it is. They are not cut off. Thank you, Martha, good call. They are not cut off because of immunology. Good call. So malaria, good call. Oh, Lisboa earthquake does not happen. Oh, okay, I caught it. Thank you. All right, check that. Yay. Woohoo! All right. Nice. All right, thank you guys. All right, so now, demagogue. Oh, you betcha. We're claiming this card, and requirement is nothing. So it's going to cost Gladiator Ram. I can't claim the card. Ask me why I can't claim the card. Reason I can't claim the card? We're in the third epoch. That requires 3 elders. I have 3 elders. And it's 1 for every dissident, too. That requires 5. I have 3. Gah! So I can't do demagogue, which allows me to move the philosophy in one direction, but also it would have given me a revolution, which is what I'm trying to get. Son of a... Oh, it's frustrating. Okay. That goes away. Yoon, you and Phil are mean, just so you know. Oop. Spread. I have no idea how I'm going to win this game. 1, 2, 3, 4. There. Prayer, I cannot do. Here, I guess we're going to invent something. Okay, so what do we invent? Just to be able to churn through the cards, honestly. Five energy, done. Oh, the concrete aqueduct sucks. Sanitation, I guess. You know what? I think we invent... I can't, because I don't have 2 on it. Sanitation would be the one that I would invent. You know what? Hold on one second. I forgot. I can elect. I can actually create my own revolution, can't I? And that would be the end of my turn, though. Is it worth it? Is it worth it? With the elect action, I forgot. Right there, which is I can change my ruling class. Is it worth it? I don't think it is. Because I have a way around it with that card, I think. All right, so hey, Brian. Give me a second. I want to look up the elect, whether or not that is a... Give me a second. I want to see whether or not that is a quiet revolution or not. Come on, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There we go. It's a quiet revolution. So I can choose which ruling class it is. But the thing is, these don't move over. Ah. This is so hard. Yeah, we're going to do it. All right. Yep. It does quell my dissidents, but I will have to lose all my elders. But I think it's worth it. What the hell? Let's try it. Let's just see if it's a bad idea or not. So we're going to do the elect action. So the elect says expend all elders. There, and emissaries, but there aren't any. So those three come back there. Then set the ruling class, and I'm going to set that to red. Done. Then I have to quell any dissidents. So destroy one of your cities with no chaos. So it has to go cities first, and then migrants, I believe, right? Elders or cities, yes, before migrants. So yeah, so I have to destroy 2 cities. And if we're going to red, it's going to be a mined city, but I need to have, nope, it's not. So, oh, that is specifically that. So I will kill that and that. So those 2, those will become migrants. So I will go 1 there, and I will go 1 there. No dissidents, though. Oh, I'm sorry, no chaos for that. Done. So then, ideas will flip over. This will die. There. And then these will stay where they are. So currently, I only have 1 diversity. Done. Oh, let's see if that was a terrible idea or not. So it's a quiet revolution. So that was this action right here. So now I can spread or I can mine and prospect. And I will prospect. That city right there. Done. And then up here, I can either artisan, take a pawn and put it out here, and I will. So, or I could mine another city, which right now I have 3 out. Let's keep it there. We're going to go and put that out on sanitation. Yep, done. Final answer. And that is all my actions. I know we're good out here. New action. Here we go. All right, so we have another crisis, which is a civil war. If the dissidents are greater than or equal to my diversity, well, I have 0 dissidents. I have 1 diversity. No civil war. Yay. All right, so then we have the Sigsbee Claraith. All right, so where is that? Sigsbee Claraith, which is 3. I feel like I've seen this one. If you guys know where it is, chime in. I have no idea what those words were that I just read, so this is 3. Ah, it's right here. Done. Nothing happens. Okay. So I'd love to claim this one, maybe. Doesn't matter. I can't. Because I don't have enough, so we already covered that. So that's done. Meiko, thank you. No, not moving towards space flight. We don't even have boats. I know. All right. So now we will go ahead and do that and that because we're going to be able to invent both those bad boys. Next turn. Is there anything else that we desperately want to keep out here that is red? A moment. Inventing this allows us a Eureka, which allows us to invent that. Do I even need that? The answer is no. So hold on. So this one, that already has 2, so that I don't need that. So maybe instead we go up the blast furnace there. I think that's good. Although that's another mining, which I already have, but it gives me up to 7 energy, which is, I need these bumps. So yes, there. But then the question is, do I put this somewhere else? Because this is going to drop down. That's going to be 1 and 2. Maybe I do this. Those are the only 2 cards I think I want to keep. The only other one is possibly this one, Hey, which would give me that, which allows me then for the white cities. That's tempting, actually. But that allows me to do both of those. Honestly, wait a minute. 7, 4. These are essentially the same card. I don't need sanitation then, but that was already there. Oh, thank you, Christopher. Done. So now we can either spread or get another city. And I'm okay with getting another city. I'm going to get a chaos anyway. Yeah, so that'll work. So what city do we want to get? We are at a 3 footprint. Let's go ahead and take silk. Done. Okay. So then I could artisan, but I don't have any. So we can go ahead and mine another city. I'm okay with that. We will go ahead and get a gold city down here. There, because that needs 2 metallurgy, which I have. Good, done. So 5, 9, we're at 11. We're at 12. So we're close. Okay. All right. We're safe. Nothing. Here we go. The final comet of the game. I get a chaos. And just to keep it clear in my head for chaos, take a dissident from the map of my choice. And I will. So, get a chaos. All right, so I will take him. Oh, becomes a dissident. Sorry. We are now at 0. Whoop. Okay. Renovate all ideas. So this card will go away there. These, sad that I didn't get the trireme just from a thematic standpoint. There goes Hey, unfortunately. Okay. Deadly clouds of methane. All right. Hey, Jess. You'd think I'd be able to figure out certain stuff floats on water. You would think so. We have nitrate chemicals, we have supermarkets, and we have entertainment. I exist. No. Oh, I get, yeah, technically my diversity. No, those do not count, Paul. Those do not count because they are not in my ruling class. We have natural rights. We have police. I can't figure out how to float, but, and we have patents. Still don't know how to float. Legos. Nice. And these guys will drop down. And interchangeable parts. Oh, all right, done. No victory points. Bellwether doesn't matter. That goes away. Done. Welcome to Epoch IV, y'all. So it requires 4 to claim one of these. Yeah, good luck with that at this point. Oh, boy. All right, cool. All right, first action. We're going to invent in your tableau. All right, I stand correct, Paul. Thank you. I'm at 2 diversity. Thank you, because 1's covered by that. All right. And for those wondering, we have 4 turns left. There are 3 Epoch IV cards and then the end of the game. We better get cooking. So we're going to invent. We're going to invent the blast furnace. We have 2 on that. That's good. So we get a metallurgy there, and we cull a level 1 card. We don't have any. We have to have a prerequisite, which is that city or a number of other cities. We have that prerequisite, and I will show you guys that. So those prerequisites are right there. Good. So we will dig those in right there. Good. And now we can either spread or put out another city. We are going to put out another mine city if we can. And I think we can right here. We could go jade or iron. Iron seems important in the scheme of things. So we're at 6, 10. We're at 13 as of right now, but we still have to fade 3 more of those. So there's that. Now we could go ahead and artisan to take another pawn here, or we could put out another city, and we're going to artisan, I think, on this one. And we could artisan again with the one above it, but we're not going to. So do we artisan? Let me look at what the cards were. That's a new symbol for us, and that is, remember that? What is that? Oh, I'm looking at it wrong. Sorry. Constitution. Reorient a foundation and move it from its resident column to the bottom of its new column and remove any dissidence without effect, which is awesome if I was in white, because both of my current, the other side is white. That doesn't help me necessarily. The demagogue is nice for the police right there to be able to shut down one of them, which the one I would shut down right now is industry. But you need to get 2 demagogues to be able to do that. And wouldn't you know, there actually is a second demagogue out there, which is there in entertainment. So that's awfully tempting to be able to shut that down. So no industry scoring to be able to win. That's got to be my priority, right? Yeah, I think so, guys. So do we artisan and artisan? No, we don't. Actually, if we did, we could invent police. Whereas nitrate chemicals, here for a minute, will get me another footprint. And I just throw the card away, but it drops that down to make entertainment cheaper. Oh. I think we have to go one there for entertainment. Then for the other action, I could bump my energy. I could bump my metallurgy. I could get another artisan or make a city. Now here's the thing. If I bump this, I get a +1 advancement on any track out here that isn't energy. And honestly, I think I have to do that, because then I could bump this, which I'm now at 6 and 6. And I think that's what we're going to do. It kind of it protects my cities, and now I'm at 9, I'm at 15 here. I think that's what we do. Yep, done. Final answer. So that's all my actions. I'm good out here. That will drop. We now have steam engines. Well, the problem is it's not really that great a card for me, but man, I feel compelled to get that, right? I mean, it's steam engines. All right, new round. Here we go. Oh, for the love of all that's good and holy, are you kidding me? Another civil war. But the good news is I get the card because it's a dictator. So at least there's that. All right, so civil war. If dissidents are greater than or equal to my diversity, oh, check it out. 1 there, 2 there, no civil war. Woohoo! Thank you for the clarification, Paul. All right. So leftist dictator. All right, what happens with this one? Skip the auction and award it with the highest number of dissidents. Well, I get that. Okay. Okay, so, hey, Eureka is, it floats. I now can go over 1 water spot. Okay, but then there's a purge. So there's that. And the purge says, discard all other foundations other than the species placard in that column out of the game, and quell any dissidents on the purged cards. Guess what? There are none in that column. Okay, cool. So now we're going to have a revolution. Okay. So what do we want? Well, white literally does nothing for me. None of those actions are in the game. This one, war is out of the game, ignominy is out of the game, and this other one is racism. All of those are out of the game. A moment, I want to actually read, and it says, are awarded you without an auction. I believe it is a may. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I do not have to take that card if I don't want. Because I don't think I want the card. I don't think I have to keep it for a foundation. I'm looking up to make sure, do you have to take it? So this will be during the challenge of the gods. Actually, I think you do have to. Must now be placed if you want it. Son of a... Yep. Oh, boy. Well, I think we have to go purple. I think we have to. So that'll go there. Now we have to quell the dissident. All right. Yeah, it'll give us another diversity. Yes, there's that. So, all All right, so I have to lose a city, but I don't get chaos for it. So I will go ahead and lose. What are we going to be able to get? These will flip over, so I'll be able to get a mine city, so I will kill this one. So iron goes away, and that will go there. Okay, so I lost that. That will go away for that dissident. There's not going to be a putsch, and then these will flip over, staying in the same order that they are, and that will come over there. So at least there's that. 1, 2, 3, 4 diversity now. Okay. I guess it's not the end of the world. Okay. Yep. All right, done. All right. So now we have more actions. What do we have? Nothing. Literally nothing can happen on that card. Here, spread. That's all I can do. Okay. So we will spread. And we have mined. Ugh. So mining. We'll go ahead and spread to there. That works. So then, could get prayer, which moving this guy over. But again, I'm at 6, 9, I'm at 13. I'm good. I'm at 14. I'm good. I just need to kill this. Okay. So we're not going to prayer. So now, what do we do here? Well, we could invent now. Which the reason we would invent is to pull this guy back and just to get rid of the card. The card literally does nothing for us. Because we're at that, we qualify for that, we are already maxed at that. It literally does nothing, it would just drop those down. And this allows me a free invent action, but that's not really a good action. So I think specialize is what makes the most sense. So if we were to get nitrate chemicals, to be able to invent that, that would drop entertainment down. And at least that's a good thing. However, well, natural rights, oh, what's that? That's demagogue. Oh, well, hello. Oh, does it, Paul? Okay. That's what we're going to, yes, we are going to specialize there. G9, let me look that up in the living rules, a moment. For advancements, so hold on. Purge. All other foundations in that column. You are correct. Good call. That does happen. Okay. So that spread, which is, where did I just spread to? I think I just spread, shoot, where did I spread to? It was this one. So that spread doesn't happen, and I chose not to do that prayer. So these cards would go out of the game. Diversity back down to 2. Cool. So that purge is wherever it's placed. So thank you for the clarification. Those will go away, out of the game. Okay, done. So we are at specialize. Specialize is going to be natural rights. Done. And then now I can spread here. Oops, wrong one. So spread is right there. So now I will spread back to where I was, right there. Done. Okay. So now we can prospect, and I could prospect again if I wish. Taking a risk. Do we want to do that? This seems safe. I will get rubies. And I think that's it. I'm not going to take my last action. Done. All right. Please, just let me get this card this turn. Just that card. Just that card. Women's liberation. Here we go. So we have forestation. So a desert is going to become a forest. And am I killing something? I'm killing that one. Yeah. Okay, desert becomes a forest. I can only go across one water. That doesn't make sense. That one does. So that destroys that. That will cause one chaos. So that chaos will just be that guy. So he'll go there. We're down to one. All right, and the second one is pollution. If the number of cities is greater than your energy stage. My energy stage is at 6. I'm at 5 cities. It doesn't affect me. We're good. Awesome. I cannot claim that card because I do not have 5 elders. So that's okay. All right, so I don't claim the card. It just goes away. Okay. Done. All right, and now I take my actions. Nothing. I'm going to invent natural rights. Don't mind if I do. So I have 1. We're good. That comes back. I do not get the Eureka, which is abstraction, but we do get this. However, I'm only at 2, so I have to purge one of these 2 ideas. And honestly, they are the exact same card for all intents and purposes. So I will discard that card first, the glass blowing. It did its job. And we will go ahead and go like so. There. Done. We have invented. Fantastic. Now we will spread. We will spread to, what can we do? We can mine. That's jade. I already got that one covered. I will go and spread there from there. We're good to go. And now we can mine a city. 5. I'm at 14. I don't think I need to. I'm not going to. I'm going to try and play safe. I'm not going to. But now I can demagogue. And demagogue, to be clear, says, move the philosophy by up to 1 step in any direction. Oh, don't mind if I do. All right, so if I get 1 more, industry will not score, and I won't have to worry about that because I'm currently at 4, and I need to be at 13. Now, talking about too much religion over here, I'm at 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I'm at 13. Once I bump these up, then I can pull those back. But as it is, that's the end of my actions. I'm clear here. I'm good. We will go ahead, drop that down. And we have juries. Not really a useful card for me. All right. So, another challenge. The last challenge of the game. All right, we have a crisis now. However, the crisis may be different. The crisis specifically is right here. And this is genocide. If dissidence is greater than your mysticism, then discard a foundation and quell its dissidence, if any. So if dissidence is greater than your mysticism, I have 1 dissident, I have 4 mysticism. Doesn't happen. All right. So the next one is famine. And Famine says, if urbanization is greater than your footprint stage, son of a 5, 3, it is. You suffer a loss of half your cities with chaos, obviously, and half your elders. Round all fractions in your favor. Son of a. So we lose 2 cities. And that's going to be 2 chaos. So I'm just going to lose that and that. And the 2 that would come out here are going to go straight onto my board. And I have room for 1? No, I don't. I have room for none. So that's going to be a revolution. Because this one does not have space for a dissident. It is simply 1 diversity. Okay. So there's that. Now we have to take care of the 1 dissident that we have. We're going to lose... a dissident is cities first. So I'm going to lose another city. I can go through jungle to spread. But you know what? That one, no, we're going to keep that. We're going to keep that. I can mine, I think. Oh, God. Oh, I'm losing both those ideas. So I lose my demagogue. Oh my God, this is terrible. Oh, this is bad. And all of these cards out here are terrible for me, except for Constitution, right? Let me look up Constitution. A moment. And all it does is move a... All it does is move this over to the other side, but it doesn't cause the revolution. So, oh boy, I think I'm going to be 1 action short. All right, so we have quelled that because we lost the extra city. This is going to flip to there. That has to become our ruling class. And both those cards go away because they don't have white on them. Oh my. And I lose half of these guys. That goes there. I cannot take the card, which is Demagogue. Oh, the irony. Oh, the irony of that, huh? So I can't claim it. That's it. Okay. This is my last turn. I can't do either. Okay, so yeah, this is about to. I cannot do either of those because neither of those actions exist in my game. I can't invent anything. Library doesn't make a lot of sense. I can't do library, never mind. Elect doesn't make any sense. I can't invent, so I guess we're going to specialize to do that. And then I can spread. Doesn't really matter, but we'll spread. Where'd my elephants go? Oh, they're down here. They no longer exist. We'll spread to there. Done. That's it. I catch. Good. Here we go. And we do final scoring. 9 and 4 is 13. 9 and 3 is 12. So I failed there. And then 2, 3, 4, 5. There. I needed to be at 13 on all of them, or to have that there. And then I would have only lost by 1 point. So yes, just to round things out, glory to Phil on that one and Yoon. You should get your footprint up higher. Oh boy. Well, so that happened. That was a blast, though. I love this game. I really, really love this game. You saw the ebb and flow of my civilization. You saw the story of my civilization ebb and flow. And I think that's exactly what this game tries to do. And you are not completely in control of the planet and ecological events. You need to make the best of what the world gives you. If you're on the wrong side of a civil war or disease or anything like that, that's bad. Genocide's bad. Yeah, that's tough. That's really, really hard. I was nowhere near the space race part because, as you can see, got the hiccup, sorry, there. But I was. Had I not had that last event, I would have had that. And I think I would have been able to shut this down with Demagogue. So I was 1 away. That was really, really close. And Dom asks, Phil says, nice try. I appreciate it. Dom asks, how is your opinion developed of Origin since the sponsor playthrough? I love this game. From the very first time I saw it, I was intimidated, something fierce, by the look of this game. But it's actually not that hard. It's really, really not that hard at all. And I thoroughly like, I love this game. This is definitely one of my favorite games to come out in 2019. And it's chaotic, and you can't control everything. You can do your best to anticipate as best you can, but you can't control everything, and I'm okay with it. Now, I started this stream at 3 o'clock, so it was a 4-hour playthrough of it. Now, the game wouldn't be that long if I wasn't talking through every single thing. Honestly, I think as a solo play, I think this is probably a 2 to 2.5 hour game as a solo game. As a multiplayer game, if people are pushing the challenge of the gods, it can be 90 minutes. It's not that long a game once players know it. I did a really good teach, I think, of the original, and I think this did an excellent job of teaching the solo game and the differences there. So, yeah, how has my my opinion of it? It's only gotten better. I think this is one of the best games to come out in 2019. I love this game. I think the game does exactly what it sets out to do, which is kind of model, loosely, abstractly, the evolution of a civilization. So, yeah, so there we go. Yeah, I think it's wonderful, and I think it is a huge success of a design. And I think, if I have a critique of the game, honestly, is the market. Like, in a multiplayer game, the market doesn't stagnate nearly as much as this one does. And if you look, now, I've only played the solo game once, but I actually only went through 6 idea cards. Now, I imagine I could go through more if I had a little bit more experience with the solo game. But honestly, if there was something that purges some of these mid-epoch, instead of just at the end of an epoch, I think I would prefer that a little bit more. Again, I'm talking specifically about the solo game. And Phil, It's not something you need to answer right now, but I'm curious. Have you guys, you and Yoon, have you guys toyed with the idea so that the market doesn't stagnate as much? But then again, it forces you to invent cards that you don't necessarily want to keep just to be able to churn through the market, but your actions are so limited. I don't know if you have the flexibility to do that, and that might completely break the game. I don't know. I'm not a developer. I'm not a designer. But that would be my one critique of it. And not because of the chaos and how that happens. I'm totally okay with that. Even with as long of a playthrough as this was, I'm still okay with it because I know what's potentially there. I just need to be able to mitigate that. So I'm okay with that. How do I think the solo compares to the multiplayer, Adam asks? I think really well. I think this game does an excellent job of, it feels like a multiplayer game. Even though I'm the only one, I'm not fighting for competition on the board. And other players, like I don't have to worry about other players destroying my cities or preaching to, you know, turning my cities into theirs or their my migrants into theirs. Outside of that, I still have to fear chaos, right? I still have to worry about the game forcing my hand on that. So I still have that stress of that, and I have stress of the disease, and I have stress of plague. I have stress of all those things that can happen. And the meanest thing about this, I think, is the fact that you must destroy a city if you can whenever there's forestation or deforestation or warming or cooling or any of those things. Honestly, this gives me the exact same feel with very low overhead of the multiplayer game. So if you're a solitaire player and you're only going to be able to play the solitaire, I still think there's value in the game in just playing the solitaire version, because it felt just as good to me, with the one caveat that the market tends to stagnate a little bit. And Phil says it's something to consider. And I don't know whether they have previously or not, but Phil said about churning through the market a little bit to where there's a little bit of a turn on that, so that it doesn't stagnate, just because you only get so many elders out there that you just can't invent enough, because there's not enough actions, because the timer of the game is one more than there are cards in the game, right? Because you have to challenge the gods or do the comet every turn except for that first turn. So there's that. Let me see. Samuel says, you still played better than my last game of BIOS Origins. I was crushed the first 2 hours and made it to second place. Do you want BIOS Origins link for the tabletop simulator? Sure. Go ahead. If you have that, Samuel, I'll go ahead and let you link to that real quick. Go for it. So temporarily, you can do that. Let me see. Is there anything else? Yeah, not fluffy cardboard, Nico. That is true. And Phil, not Eklund, but Phil Little asks, so what game might you compare it in terms of difficulty to learn to play? Not to toot my own horn, but honestly, my original playthrough, or this one, but the original one does all the front end learning. That does an excellent job of teaching you guys the game. And I would put this as easier than a Lacerda game to learn. And that's not to say that any of Lisboa or anything like that of Vital's games are that hard. I'm just saying, if you can handle that, you easily can handle this. It's intimidating because you look at the Rosetta Stone, and those are all the available actions that are in the game. And then that's the flowchart in the game, which looks terrifying. It's really not. You just saw me play through it. You only have like 4 of those in a given action that are available at most. And then the flowchart here, all of this over here is all challenge of the gods. Challenge the gods. Just this right here. Challenge? No? Okay, do your actions and then do a reset at the end. It's really not that hard. So the intimidation factor is high, plus, Phil Eklund name on it, right? So it's intimidating to people. It's really not that hard. You saw that today. You saw it in my previous playthrough. So yeah, I think if you can handle any, it's obviously the amount of planning that goes in, that's where the depth of the game comes in, but mechanically, not that hard, okay? So yeah, not bad at all. And Scott says, for me, there you go, Samuel, cool. I'll get to that here in a minute. All right, so Scott says, for me, I think a lot of Sierra Madre games or Ion Game Design games stand most strongly as solitaire games. I don't know that I agree with that, but okay. For me, my taste anyway, it's easier, in my opinion, to see the stories told without other players in the game. And I think that's fair, but I think this game plays marvelously as a multiplayer. I think the PAX series, with the exception of PAX Emancipation, which I've only got one play or two plays of under my belt, and that's my least favorite of the bunch. But I think the PAX series is amazing multiplayer, personally. I'm trying to think. High Frontier, I love playing multiplayer as well. So I'm not sure that I agree with it, but I can understand your opinion on that. And he says, it feels like you can engage with the theme without having to worry about outthinking or out-strategizing other players. I mean, couldn't you say that about most any game like that, right? So there's that. Yeah, I mean, the icons are scary, but you just saw me. It's really not that hard to go through, and you're limited to 4 icons per action, so it's really not that bad. Samuel linked to the Tabletop Simulator link right there. It's right there if you're the type that likes playing board games as video games. I do not. Will I? Probably going forward, yes, but not a real big fan of that. Oh, and it's actually, Samuel is the one who actually created it, apparently. So there you go. All right. Okay, and Scott says, PAX and High Frontier, I think, are 2 big exceptions to my solitaire comment. All right, fair enough. But honestly, I love this multiplayer as well as solitaire, but I love it solitaire as well. So there's that. Cool. So there you go. Whew. All right, I'm going to go have a drink, have some dinner. I think I earned that. That's cool. So, hey, if you guys do enjoy this, real quick, and Scott says, yeah, I do think you can say that about a lot of games, but Sierra Madre Ion games are so steeped in theme. System integrates so well it enhances solo play. You're not wrong. I think it does, but I also enjoy the multiplayer aspect of them as well. So I think there's merit there, but I don't think it's to the exclusion of multiplayer. So I think that's fair. As I was saying, if you guys did enjoy the stream, give it a thumb. I certainly would appreciate a thumb there. Subscribe to the channel. If you don't already, hit the little bell notification so that you get notified whenever we go live. If you think the content that I create here on the show is worth a couple bucks a month, I certainly would appreciate it. Go to pledgehc.com, support the show there. If you don't, couple bucks. I just gave you guys 4 hours plus of entertainment. Hopefully that might be worth $1 or $2 a month for you guys. Also, the podcast, some of the interviews and cocktail hours that I've done, as well as reviews of the game, are available over on heavycardboard.com or your favorite podcast app. So check that out as well. And you can see pledgehc.com right there. So head over there and please support the show. I really do appreciate it. All right? Easy with that, Sam. Easy with that. All right? So you guys have a great rest of your day. I will be back tomorrow at 1500 Eastern time for a solo playthrough of On Mars. Hopefully you guys join me for that. I'm Edward. Thanks a lot, everybody. It was a lot of fun. That close. And that was good stuff. Have a good one, guys. I'll catch y'all tomorrow. Bye. Oh, I was so close. Damn you, Phil and Yoon. Oh, that was so good, though. That was so good.